presiding officer of the party seats. Council, good morning. People behind, good morning. You're doing well? So I'm already hearing noise. What is the noise about? So I'll begin by thanking all of you for the last court session we had. Yes, at least we all tried to respect each other and observe the rules and guidance I gave to do with the silence. So I'm applauding all of you for the same. And I will once again call upon each one of you to maintain the same discipline. That was maintained the last time we were here, that was on Friday the 13th. Let us maintain discipline. Let us respect each other. Let us listen to each other. And you give me the environment as well as your lawyers to do their job. Understood? Yes. Keep your phones in silence. Don't echo, don't laugh. Though laughing is normal, but try to avoid. And above all, let us try to avoid falling victims of the offense of contempt of court. Okay? Because once you're charged, the defense of I did not know does not apply. So let us behave ourselves. For the press, the last time I made a prayer, and it was a humble prayer, to let me live my private life. I love it a lot. So it was a humble prayer. It was not a command. If you can do the rest, but avoid my face. If you can, that is my prayer. Understood? Okay.
Civil Miscellaneous Course number 6 of 2026. Ambele Dana versus Agnes de Masse. Electoral Commission. Dr. Jennifer.
May it please your honor.
Just a little bit. Give me a minute. Okay, for the record, counsel.
For the record, your honor, my name is Vasali Rasumani.
Okay.
Here is the first respondent. Your honor, the first respondent is in court. Honorable Massa.
Okay.
Here together with my learned brother, Amukama. David.
Okay.
Bojo Ivan.
Okay. There is another name you left out for Bojo Ivan.
Bojo Ivan Lagu.
Lago, yes, because I have it here.
Yes. Your Honor, the
So today you're only 3.
yes, for the record.
For the record, you're 3. Was it the last time you were quite a number?
Chiyimba Shafik, Your Honor.
Yes.
Chiyimba Shafik. Kazibwe Patrick.
Okay.
That's Your Honor for the first respondent.
So we have Basali wa Asumani,
Yes, Your Honor.
Kamukama David,
Yes.
and then Bojo Ivan, and finally Kimba Shafik.
Chiyimba Shafik and Kazibwe Patrick.
That's the Patrick.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, there's Kazibwe Patrick and Torinawe Alan.
Torinawe Alan.
Torinawe Alan.
Alan was not in court the last time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Torinawe Alan. Okay, for the applicant.
For
The first
first
respondent.
respondent. Your Honor, the applicant.
It is Torinawe. Torinawe.
Torinawe Alan.
It is Alan.
Yes. Torinawe.
Okay.
Your Honor, for the second respondent, I will invite my brother to introduce himself and my colleagues for the applicants. Your Honor.
Your Honor, Kayondo Abubakar for the second and third respondents.
Okay, I've taken note. But you've not told me their whereabouts.
Your Honor, they are not in court.
Both of them?
Both of them are not in court, but we take up instructions.
Okay. Council, you can go on.
Your Worship, for the report, Grace J. Enoch.
Okay.
I am appearing jointly with Superhigh of Ryan Cooper for the applicant.
Okay.
Your Honor, the applicant is present in court.
And last time you had other lawyers, are they not present today?
They have engagements. They are not
Pardon?
present. They are not present.
You are not. It's only the 2 of you.
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, you are appearing for the applicant.
Yes, Your Worship.
Is the applicant in court?
The applicant is in court, Your Worship.
Okay.
Your Worship, this matter is coming up for ruling on the application. And we are ready to receive it, Your Worship, if this way.
It's coming up for?
For the ruling on the main application,
On the main application?
and as well as the aspect of the admission of video evidence. So, Your Worship, we are ready to receive the court's ruling, the opposition of the new application and the status of the video evidence.
So for the applicant, you're ready to receive it.
Yes, Your Worship.
How about for the first respondent?
Your Honor, we are eagerly waiting for the ruling. And therefore ready to receive the same.
Okay. Council Abubakar.
Your Honor, the temper books explain it, and then we cannot turn around. We are ready to receive.
But I'm hearing some noise in the background. Is it outside?
Outside.
Oh, they are doing injustice to us here. We need sober minds, huh? Yeah. So this is the ruling of court. Council had intimated that we're going to have both of them at the same time, implied lateral by implication. But I'm going to first deliver the ruling on the prayer, on whether the court should play the video footage in court or no. And it is after making that ruling that I will give directions on way forward on the main application or the substantive application we have here for court. So I have listened to the submissions of both parties over the prayer made to play the video footage in court, which submissions I have taken into consideration in addressing the same prayer. However, I will not reproduce the same submissions here. And I do find as follows. So I raised two issues for myself. And one was whether the video footage was admitted or is rightly admitted on the court record or the record of court. And the second issue is whether the same video should be played in court or before court. So I first addressed the first issue on whether the video footage is rightly on the court record or was admitted on the record of court. Briefly, counsel for the first respondent submitted how at the beginning of their oral submissions they would move court to admit as evidence all the first respondent's annexures attached to its affidavit in reply, which are on the court file, and that the lawyers for the applicant never objected to the same prayer, and that as such, all annexures, including the video footage, were admitted as part of evidence for the first respondent. That was basically the argument of counsel. Well, it is not disputed that the lawyers for the applicant never objected to the prayer made by counsel for the first respondent to validate and as well as adopt and also admit on the court record all the annexures attached to the first respondent's affidavit. They did not say anything. They kept silent when counsel Basaliwa made that prayer before court. However, I note that the annexure in issue, to wit, the video footage that was part of the affidavit of Alan and is on the court file, was never served to the applicant. When the first respondent served its affidavit in reply to the applicant, and that was on the 12th day of February 2026. And neither did the applicant respond or attack the same footage in her affidavit in rejoinder. Therefore, since the video footage was not served unto the applicant, it cannot be legally correct for counsel for the first respondent to submit how the lawyers for the applicant never objected or consented to the admissibility on the record of court of the same video just because they never objected generally to the validation and or admission of all the annexures to the first respondent's affidavit in reply on court record. I therefore find that by implication, what counsel for the applicant never objected to were the annexures that were served unto them on the 12th day of February 2026. I also find that it is not possible that those who admitted the video to be part of the court record or evidence of the first respondent when the same was not in their possession and or served unto them. I therefore find that much as the video footage is on the court file, the same is not legally admitted on the record of court as part of evidence of the first respondent. That is my address to the first issue. That takes me to the second issue, as to whether the said video should be played in court. I have already highlighted above how the same video was never served unto the applicant and how the same is not legally on the record of court. Natural justice would demand that before such a video is played in court, the same ought to have first been served unto the applicant by the first respondent, the applicant be given time to study the same, and where need be, respond to the same through an affidavit in rejoinder. And thereafter, parties would be given opportunity to submit on its admissibility, and if admitted, the parties would as well be given opportunity to make submissions in respect of the same video. I note that all the above processes and procedure have not been adhered to, and as such, this court would be unfair to the applicant if it allowed the playing of the video footage in court in favor of the first respondent without going through the procedures I have highlighted above. I therefore reject the prayer to play the video footage in court, since it would greatly prejudice the applicant. That is my ruling in as far as the video footage is concerned. Now, upon giving my ruling over the same, thank you. What follows is the ruling in the main application. I'm going to stand over this matter for another 30 minutes for me to go ahead and read my ruling. And the 30 minutes are for me to have the same prepared, so that after reading the same ruling, I avail counsel copies of the same here in court. So I'm going to stand over this matter for another 30 minutes. I prepare the same and deliver my final ruling over this matter. Once again, I will call upon all of you to keep peace. Let us respect each other. I made that key. We should stand and abide by it. So we are standing over court for 30 minutes from now.
nakuleta ogw'omwana wa NBS awalungi yowa. Sorry. How are you? Here. Okay, yes, viewers. Yes, viewers of Fatres TV, wherever you are, you know you are watching us. How are you? How is everything? You see where we are? We are in Hoima. That is what I can tell you. Oba tuli Hoima, gye tugezaako kutambuza omulimo gwaffe nga bannamawulire. Tulaba ebitambula, naye ebitambula ndoza mubiraba abantu bali bweru. Ekisooka kya byonna badde bafollowing abali live. Mubadde mulaba engeri omulamuzi nga bw'ayingidde tumubalaze agambye nti 30 minutes then amala akoleki akomewo. As you wait, leka tufuneko abantu abamu abasobola okwogera eri eggwanga, at least we say something. Naye right now ngenda baleetera munnamawulire munnange at least agire kyayogera as we wait magistrate. Yes, my brother, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you? Olinga gamba nti simanyi Luganda. Yaga kumpisamu egaali.
Saa kwisamu egaali naye nga tuyinza okwogera. Kiki kyolabye gwani? Kiki kyolaba wano kuba tubaddewo ebbanga lyonna wano?
Nze Alan Mwesigwa nkola ne NBS TV nga bureau chief mu Bunyoro sub-region. Nze atwala kitundu ky'e Bunyoro. Awo natukidde ku kooti ng'abantu bangi ate n'ebyokwerinda binywevu. Abotunulya omuwendo gw'abantu ogwaliwo ku lunaku luli olwasooka ndooza Friday ewedde asigwe omuwendo oguliwo kati kirabika nti abantu beeyongedde picking interest mu musango guno ate buli omu asuubira obwenkanya. Naye ekisooka kati omulamuzi agambye kuba baali basabye ttiimu ya Matsi yali egambye nti baagala bazanye vidiyo mu kooti okulaga biki ebyaliwo ku olwo olunaku. Omulamuzi agamba nti ekyo tekijja kusoboka olw'okuba vidiyo eno kopi eno ate baagiweereza applicant oba ttiimu ya Diana. Kiba kitegeeza nti tekiba kya bwenkanya, tekiba fair. Ate tujjukira ku lunaku luli Counsel Asmani Basali yagamba nti baali willing okuweereza evidence eno oba vidiyo eno naye yali nnene nga tebaasa gisindika ku format gye baali bagambye. Kuba bw'otunuulira order gye baateekamu terms nti you must olina ogiweereza via WhatsApp. Naye vidiyo yali 8 GB. Ate WhatsApp only allows 25 MBs. So kitegeeza nti tekyali kyangu okuweereza vidiyo eyo. Kati omulamuzi asazeewo nti vidiyo tegenda zanyibwa mu kooti, tumulinde dakiika 3 agenda kukomawo awe final ruling. Either ayinza okujja n'agamba okusinziira ku ebyawe applicant bye yawaayo bakole recount oba recount n'agigoba then n'agamba nti Mathe oba oli awo ye muwanguzi. Singa agamba recount kiba kitegeeza nti era bajja birawo akaseera abale EC ejja kubeera compelled baleete box eyo ng'eri sealed then baddemu babale obululu obwo. Mase yafuna bumeka, Diana yafuna bumeka, Edith wa NEP yafuna bumeka, Julia Muhumuza Independent yafuna bumeka, ate bumeka obwali invalid. Ekyo kyetulinze mu kaseera kano naye obunkenke bwe buli ku ttiimu zombi ate ne poliisi n'ebyokwerinda mbirabye. FFU weri njirabye ko wali ku region ndabye kuba namaje kuba ebiseera ebisinga nti abavuuka oba abatoe si kyangu nnyo managinga. You must have your security tightened, and I can confirm there is tight security here, both in plain cloth but also uniformed people. So whoever has intentions of causing chaos, you may actually end up sleeping somewhere.
Okay, I think you have heard the way how my brother of NBS, how he has tried to explain. For sure he has given you good image, of which I think that everyone who is there or who has been following, you have been seeing it. Ninga oba mubadde mukiraba ekyo kyennyini kyemulabye, so tugezaako okubawa ekyo ekifaananyi ekyo. Then kati ku mbeera eyo okuba waliwo abeebuuza nti omusango gubaddewo, then ate amaze ne batuwamu break y'ennaku nga tegutambula. Then ate kati okusituka kati lwaki golaba okwagala nti ate tuddeyo tetujja kutuusa ssaawa 5 abamu beebuuza bwe bato ate n'abalala bagamba nti ate kiki nga abadde yawumula lwaki tasobola kusalawo kimu omulamuzi. Abantu eyo comments ziriko kugwe okyogerako oti.
Comments nyinza obutagenda nnyo mu legalities because the court has a right to do anything because when they adjourned to Tuesday, today, remember yesterday was January room, it was a public holiday, so that means court would not sit on a public holiday. That could have been so. But also, talking about the delay in terms of ruling, maybe someone would have accepted that if you've come to make a ruling, make it once and for all. But then if there are two final rulings to be made, one was dismissing the call to have a video played, that has been dismissed. Then he has to come and make a final ruling. Remember, one of his statements he made was, let all the parties remain calm. Maybe he has read the minds of people in court, then he had to go out there and consult, but also ensure that there is tight security as that ruling is being made. Trust me, trust me, I want to be quoted right without bias. There is going to be chaos here. Either parties will make chaos here. If Massa is held as an MP, it will not be easy for the Diana's team. If court orders for recount, it will still not be easy for Massa's team. So if you're going to deliver such a ruling, you must be careful and you must deliver that ruling with an organized team. So I'm meant to understand the judges come back, so we need to go and listen to that conversation and listen to the final ruling by the Chief Magistrate, George Kunihira. Okay,
viewers, I think you have heard. Let us hear from the magistrate. Okay, the camera person, turn it. Okay, turn. Okay. Thank you. Keep watching. Thirty minutes is done. 30 minutes is covered. So you are hearing how people are people who are viewing, continue viewing. Fatwest TV on YouTube, we are live. YouTube, we are live. That's what I can tell you. Thank you.
You don't have position for it. Let me you go there, really promotion. Very up. The state in a very technical. All the three so far. That's why we say that's what, for example, and that one has happened only in youth. For elderly, That is what I know. Beyond that. Otherwise, you are not. There was no way you can win. If it is not, then I am supposed to play. And the kingdom was even beyond the you know it very well, right? You know it very well. There. Mama had also said, okay. No. I must pay as you.
Can't stop. Fun is perfect. Fun.
Thank you.
Merci.
Sasura abana bajya mu kuruhuko rero zanajya mu kero otademo no mu kuruhuko mu wabo sataka ali mu wakafata ni mu video ngati batama wakora kibache wachitowa basesu wajya mu wako kuruhuko atende yalo peke senda kwenda naye mulwane mwogere ekituufu ne bw'osadde akkubire mu manuuzi ne bweziba naye tewali buzibu tewali buzibu nze mujjayogera bizinesi ekijja naye ng'amaanyi ekyagamba nti kati walina transport.
seats. There's a lot of noise in the background. I would request we maintain the silence. So, I'm going to first and foremost apologize to all of you. We've been waiting for the 30 minutes, so since, because I had promised to get back here in a span of 30 minutes, and I think I have exceeded that time. Yeah, but we are told that you better come in late than never coming in at all. So, parties, are you ready for the ruling?
Yes, Your Honor, we are ready.
You're all ready for the ruling?
Yes.
I'll give you the hard copy. Actually, I made 3 for each side. That is the applicant, the first respondent, and the second respondent. I know you actually many, but you will share. You will make photocopies of the same. So for the members of the public, I call upon you that while I'm reading my ruling, please remain silent. Understood? Okay, this is the ruling of court. This application for a vote recount was brought by the applicant under section 74 and 77 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, chapter 177, order 52, rules 1 and 3 of the Civil Procedure Rules, statutory instrument number 71-1. This application is supported by the affidavit of the applicant herself, as well as the additional affidavit of her polling agent called Toria Hebwa Collins. And in brief, the applicant averred as follows. 1, that she was one of the 4 candidates who contested for the position of a female youth representative in Parliament, held on the fixed day of February 2026 at Hoima Stadium. 2, that she appointed 2 polling agents, to wit, Ake Towanga Sharon and Turia Hewa Collins, to safeguard her interests at the polling station. 3, that on the fixed day of February 2026, the second respondent declared the first respondent as winner of the youth elections with 216 votes against 198 votes she garnered, the difference being 18 votes. However, that she protested the votes given to her. 4, that the counting of votes was conducted by the presiding officer called Munanura Ivan, who during the counting of the votes deliberately read and recorded her votes as those of the respondent. In that case, first respondent. Further, that a big number of votes cast in her favor were wrongly recorded in favor of the first respondent, for which she raised a complaint. However, that the presiding officer ignored her complaint. 6, that before the declaration of results, she notified the third respondent about the irregularities in the counting process, for which she requested for a recount in a right updated 5th of February 2026. However, that the returning officer, who is the third respondent, refused to acknowledge the receipt of her letter, nor conduct the recount. And finally, that she furnished security for costs. This court has as well looked at the affidavit evidence of Turia Hewa Collins, who happened to be the polling agent of the applicant. Collins averred as follows. 1, that he was duly appointed as a polling agent of the applicant by the applicant. 2, that on the 6th of February 2026, elections for the youth female representative in Parliament was held in Hoima City Stadium, and that he physically attended and observed what transpired from the beginning to the end of the vote, counting and the voter tally as was presided over by a one Munanura Ivan. 3, during the counting process of the votes, the presiding officer decided that it was the second respondent's election officers and assistants to receive the cast ballots on behalf of the different candidates during the counting process, and that himself and Sharon Aketowanga were only instructed to merely observe the counting process. 4, that he physically observed the counting process and the addition, and that according to him, the applicant garnered 230 votes, yet the first respondent had fewer votes. However, he was surprised when the first respondent was declared winner with 216 votes, and his candidate, the applicant, only garnered 198 votes, and that he immediately raised the concern with the presiding officer to recount the votes in the box, which request he refused, and instead went on to issue a declaration form showing how the applicant had garnered 216 votes, while how the first respondent had garnered 216 votes, while the applicant had gotten only 198 votes, which was the very reason he refused to sign on the declaration form. However, that he never walked away from the polling station as a lady on the DR form. Finally, that a vote recount would unearth the vote counting irregularities. Now that takes me to the evidence adduced in court by the first respondent. The first respondent opposed this application and averred in her affidavit in a reply as follows. 1, that she was validly declared by the second respondent as the winner of the elections, having garnered the highest number of votes. 2, that the applicant had not adduced any compelling and justifiable grounds for the recount. 3, that the applicant did not raise any complaint at the counting, tallying, and declaration, as the entire process was conducted in a free and transparent environment under the direction of the chairperson of the second respondent. 4, that the applicant did not seek for any recount as alleged, since there was no need for one, since the entire process was very transparent. 5, that there was no legal requirement for agents of candidates to hold ballot papers when being counted, but that rather their duty was to confirm the votes, or confirm that votes were counted. And finally, that the said Collins imaginatively attributed 230 votes to the applicant and did not attribute any to the other candidates. Now that takes me to the affidavit of Mwesigwa Alan that was sworn in respect to the first respondent. He averred as follows: that he works for Next Media House as a news reporter and was assigned by his employer to cover the National Female Youth Member of Parliament elections, which took place in Hoima City between the 5th and 6th of February 2026. 2, that he covered the entire process of the counting and tallying of the votes, which process was carried out by the second respondent, and that the process was fair, free, and transparent from the beginning up to the end. 3, that they were able to extract the video coverage of the entire tallying process, and that the entire tallying of votes went on uninterrupted, and that the same was under the watchful eyes of the candidates, their agents, interested parties, and the media until the last vote was counted and tallied. 4, that he never witnessed any incidents of miscounting, wrong tallying, or any noticeable incident that would affect the mandate of the youth elections. That takes me to the affidavit of Mukumuza Julia, who as well swore the same for and in favor of the first respondent. She averred as follows: that she was one of the candidates in the National Female Youth election held on the 6th day of February 2026. 2, that the entire tallying and counting process presided over by the presiding officer was free, transparent, and fair, and that every vote was only counted after the agents and the candidates observed and confirmed whom the same was cast. 3, that the outcome of the election was a true reflection of the will and mandate for the youth. That was the evidence of the first respondent. Now that takes me to the evidence of the second and third respondent. The second and third respondent in opposing this application relied on the affidavit evidence of one Munanra Ivan, a presiding officer who took or participated or presided over the election in issue. He averred as follows: 1, that the election was free and fair. 2, that the third respondent declared the first respondent as winner, garnering 216 votes, and the applicant garnering 198 votes. 3, that the agents and the candidates fully observed the counting and tallying process without any objection. And finally, that all the ballot papers issued to the polling station were accounted for, and there was no justification for this application. Now, that was in brief the evidence adduced by all the disputing parties. Now that takes me to the legal presentation. I note that the applicant, I will start with the first respondent. The first respondent was represented or is represented in court by Counsel Basalirwa Asuman, Honorable. Then Counsel Kamkama David. Counsel, you're not in senior counsel?
Yeah.
No, I mean.
Not yet.
Okay, that was
Thank you for the title.
Your senior counsel?
Thank you for the confinement.
Oh, okay. So now legal representation, Counsel Basalirwa Asumani, Counsel Kamkama David, Counsel Amala Samuel, Council Nkashaba Ruhanga Badru. Badru, Council Mogisha Nwagaba Bukire, Council Rojo Ivan Abu, Council Kiyimba Shafiq, Council Patrick Kazirwe, and Council Seruwo Jude appeared for and on behalf of the first respondent. Then we have Council Kayondo Abubeka appeared for the second and third respondents, while Council Wesije, I hope I'm pronouncing the name Wesije Eno, Council Brian Rubihayo Kopa, Council Victor Maniragaba, and Council Okware John jointly appeared for the applicant. Pardon?
Job is J-O-B.
J-O-B, not O. Thank you for the correction. Now that takes me to the resolution of court. I note that in civil matters, the onus rests on the person who asserts the existence of facts, produce evidence to prove the same facts on a balance of probabilities, if he or she is to obtain the relief sought. I referred to section 101 and 103 of the Evidence Act, as well as the dictum in Lodeni, sort of Lodeni in Miller, that is the Minister of Pensions, 1947-2, All England Reports, 372, at page 373. We can look at the issues for determination. Two issues from the facts surrounding the dispute arose, and the two as follows. One, whether the application raises any grounds for recount, and two, what remedies are available to the parties. The parties in addressing the two issues above, all of them made oral submissions, which I have taken into account in my findings, but I will not reproduce them here. Now that takes me to the finding of court on the first issue. And the first issue is whether the application raises any grounds for recount. I note Section 74 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Chapter 177, provides for a vote recount by a chief magistrate. Under Section 74, subsection 1 of the same act, any candidate may apply for a vote recount to a chief magistrate within 7 days after the date on which a returning officer has, in accordance with Section 77 of the same act, declared the winner of an election. Under Section 77(2) of the same act, it provides that the chief magistrate shall appoint the time to recount the votes, which time should be within 4 days after the receipt of the application, and the counting shall be conducted in accordance with the directions of the chief magistrate. Under subsection 3 of Section 74 of the same act, provides that a candidate who requests for a recount under this section shall deposit with the chief magistrate 30 currency points as security for costs. I take note that Section 74 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Chapter 177, is silent on the grounds for a vote recount before a chief magistrate. However, case law has been handy in highlighting the grounds or stating the grounds, the applicant must meet if a vote recount is to be allowed by a Chief Magistrate's Court. A case in point is that of Bianyima Winnie versus Ngoma Njime, Civil Revision Application number 9 of 2001, where the High Court held that for an application for a count to succeed before a Chief Magistrate, the applicant must demonstrate good cause for the recount on a balance of probabilities. The court further demonstrated that a recount under section 56 of the Act, which is the current section 77 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, is intended to serve as a filtering mechanism that is intended to be more secure and reliable than the first count carried out by the various presiding officers at the various polling stations. The court further guided that a recount is a legal function performed under the neutrality of the court in order to untangle the numerical questions of the results, that it is intended to be carried out at a higher level of scrutiny and to produce uncontestable results. From my analysis of the above authority, it is clear that for an application for a count to be sustained by the court, the same must have a good cause, which is demonstrated and associated with the numerical questions to do with the counting and tallying of votes, which questions the court must entangle or ascertain through a vote recount. Now, this takes me to the question: does this application demonstrate a good cause? Does it raise numerical questions to be ascertained through a vote recount? I note that from the affidavit evidence of the applicant and that of her polling agent, Collins, as well as the oral submissions of her lawyers, the applicant's case was to the effect that her votes were switched with those of the first respondent. Her polling agent, Collins, averred in his affidavit how he was very present at the tally center during the counting process and actually heard how his candidate, the applicant, had garnered over 230 votes, while the first respondent had few votes. However, that he was surprised when the presiding officer instead announced the first respondent as winner with 216 votes, while the applicant had only garnered 198 votes. That he protested the results and also refused to sign on the declaration forms. The applicant as well averred how she too protested the vote outcome and that she wrote to the returning officer in a letter dated 6th of February 2026 for a mandatory vote recount, which request the returning officer or the third respondent refused to acknowledge and or act upon. On the other hand, the first respondent and all her witnesses, including the witnesses for the second or the witness for the second and third respondent, both maintained and insisted how the youth elections were very fair, free, and transparent, and that the applicant and her polling agent never protested the outcome, nor wrote a letter requesting for a vote recount. To note, however, it was not disputed by the respondents how the applicant and her polling agents were fully at the tally center during the entire counting and declaration of the results process, observing and listening in on whatever transpired. That element was not disputed. I further note that it was also not disputed how the polling agents of the applicant never signed on the declaration form, and the reason given by the presiding officer on the DRF form over the same to why they never signed, to wit, that the polling agents of the applicant have moved away during the time of the agents signing on the DRF form, cannot be sustained, since all the first respondent witnesses insisted how the applicant and her agents were fully present at the tally center, all through the counting and declaration of the results process. Therefore, going by my observation above, I do find that the polling agents of the applicant were present at the tally center during the entire process of the vote counting and declaration of results by the presiding officer, but that they never signed on the declaration forms as required by law. I find that the conduct of the polling agents of the applicant of not signing on the declaration form, I find that to be a collaboration of Collins' government on how the same was a demonstration of protest of the entire counting, tallying, and declaration of results. That aspect alone corroborates the evidence of Collins that he did that through a demonstration. Collins clearly averred having heard how his candidate scored over 230 votes, yet the first respondent scored fewer votes, but that the presiding officer instead declared the first respondent winner with 216 votes, and his candidate given only 198 votes. Hence the protest in form of not signing on the DRF form. I therefore find, on the balance of probability, that the conduct of the polling agents of not signing on the DRF form was a loud communication of the protest of the counting and declaration of the votes cast that were counted and declared by the presiding officer. I further note that the applicant averred how she wrote to the third respondent requesting for a mandatory recount under section 74 of the 73 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, Chapter 177. However, that the third respondent declined to receive her request, nor up to date. And note that the third respondent did not rebut or challenge that piece of evidence. In the case of Wanyama, Wandene, Sperio versus Kampala Capital City Council Authority, civil application number 26 of 2021, the Court of Appeal re-echoed the settled position of law that where facts stated in an affidavit are unchallenged, then they are deemed admitted. I, however, note that counsel for the first respondent submitted how the request for a mandatory recount as alleged by the applicant never complied with the provisions of section 73 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, since the same request was never served or was never given unto the other interested parties. In response to the same, I have addressed my mind to the giving of the notice or the written notice to all the interested parties as is provided for under section 73(1)(b) of the Parliamentary Elections Act. The same act gives the duty of giving notice to the interested parties and to the returning officer, but not the candidate. I therefore find that the request for a recount in writing was made by the applicant and to the third respondent on the 6th of February 2026. However, the third respondent never acted on the same. She never carried out the recount, which was mandatory on her part, given the circumstances. The above findings, when considered together as a whole, lead to one conclusion, that the applicant, as well as her polling agents, especially Collins, protested the entire counting and declaration of results of the National Youth Woman Member of Parliament. In the case of Gole John Ngobi versus Chobe Luke, miscellaneous cause number 6 of 2016, Justice Basaza Waswa J. held, among others, that for a recount to be justified, the applicant or his agents must have demonstrated protest against the process at the time of the counting, which protest I find was demonstrated by the applicant and her polling agents as highlighted above. Therefore, since the protest by the applicant and Collins, the polling agent of the applicant, rotated about or around numbers, to wit, that the polling agent Collins had how his candidate had garnered 230 votes, while the first respondent had fewer votes. However, that during the declaration of results, his candidate's votes were switched, replaced by those of the first respondent, and that in the end, his candidate was only given 198 votes, and the first respondent given 216 votes. This court finds that the application has got a good cause for a recount or a recount in accordance to Section 74 of the Parliamentary Elections Act, as well as in the case of Bianye Maweni versus Ngomandini, which is a locus classicus case on the meaning of a good cause for purposes of a recount before the Chief Magistrate. I therefore find merit in the application and accordingly allow the same remedies available. This court orders for a recount of the votes that were cast for the National Youth Woman Member of Parliament on the 6th day of February 2026. However, a recount shall only and only be conducted where the ballot box in question, the box where the votes of the National Youth Woman Member of Parliament were stored, as well as its surrounding documents, have not been tampered with in any way. The following acts shall constitute tampering with the ballot box. And here I call upon council to be very, very attentive. That's why I prepared copies of my ruling, so that we abide strictly with the following. So the following acts shall constitute tampering with the box. 1, where the box itself has been cut or replaced, or where its seals have been cut or replaced. 2, where the serial number of the seals on the ballot box have been altered and or are different from the serial numbers of the seals that were written down in the original record book and on the accountability register. By that I mean the seals on the ballot box must match. Basically, I mean the serial numbers on the seals on the ballot box must match the serial numbers of the seals that were written down in the original record book as well as the accountability register. That is the second area. 3. It will be an act of tampering with the box where the serial numbers of the ballot books registered in the official report book and accountability register do not match with the serial numbers of the ballot books actually used during the election. What do I mean? That the books or the serial numbers that of the books that we are registered in the official report book must be in conformity or must tally with the serial numbers of the books that were actually used during the election. If I find them not tallying, then that is tampering. I'm defining my tampering here, and strictly so. The other area of tampering, where the serial numbers appearing on each ballot paper does not match the serial numbers of the ballot book where the ballots were removed, then that is another act of tampering. What does that mean? That we are going to compare or to check out every ballot paper, the serial number, to confirm that the same is tallying with the serial number of the ballot book from where that ballot paper was removed. In case any does not tally, that is an act of tampering with the box. Then finally, where the used ballot papers in the box are more than the number of the voters who actually voted on the same date, it is another element of tampering. So I've made myself clear, and I will stand by what I have put on record. So in case I find any contradiction from what I've stated, or in case any act is found to match what I have stated here, then that will be an act of tampering with the box. So to achieve the above, this court shall do the following. 1, the court shall check out the official report book, the return, as well as the accountability register in the possession of the third respondent to ensure that the details thereon match. What do I mean? I expect the details on the original report book to match with the details on the accountability register. So if they are not matching, we assume tampering. 2, the court will also check out the box or the ballot box and its seal to ensure that the same were not broken and or replaced, and that the same serial numbers correspond with the serial numbers appearing on the original record book and accountability register to do with the serial numbers. 3, this court will compare and contrast the serial numbers of the ballot books appearing on the official report book vis-a-vis the serial numbers appearing on the used ballot papers. Do they match or no? If they don't, then that is tampering. The other aspect, the court will compare and contrast the serial numbers on each ballot paper used in the voting vis-a-vis the serial numbers on the used ballot book. you want to confirm, do they match or no? If they don't, I call that tampering. So, finally, I make the following directions. 1, I direct the third respondent as well as the presiding officer of the National Youth Woman Parliamentary Elections held on the 6th of February 2026 to avail this court in triplicate copies with the official report book and accountability register surrounding the youth elections. 2, I further direct the third respondent as well as the presiding officer of the National Youth Woman Parliamentary Elections held on the 6th of February 2026 to notify this court with the documentary evidence about the number of seals that were put on the ballot box and their serial numbers, then the number of ballot papers that were used during the election, and their serial numbers, including the ranges of the numbers. Finally, I direct the third respondent to produce the box in issue to this court for purposes of doing a recount, but it will be only and only subject to the above. Now, I make this observation, that during the counting process, this court will only allow the lawyers of both parties, then the parties to this application, and any 2 of their agents, as well as the press, at the counting table. All the other members of the public will witness the process from a distance of 5 meters from the counting box. Then finally, in case any party has any objection to raise in respect to tampering with the ballot box, as I have highlighted above, the same shall be raised at any stage. The adverse party shall respond, a rejoinder shall, where necessary, be made, and the court shall pronounce the solve over the same. That is the ruling of court, and I hereby so order. Thank you for listening in. So,
So when exactly?
that is where I was going. So, counsel for the second and third respondent, you can give them copies. There are a few errors, but I'm giving you the copies of my ruling so that we abide strictly. You get me? Strictly with what I have highlighted to do with the tampering. Because I've told you, once I find any tampering, we call it in the process immediately. You've served them. So, counsel for the third respondent, second and third respondent, I need the third respondent here, as well as the presiding officer with the documents I have highlighted. How soon can they deliver?
Your Honor, first of all, we thank you for the marathon, but we are satisfied that this court has delivered justice, and we believe this justice will continue as the process unveils. I think we would need a minimum of an hour, 30 minutes, because if there is need for documentary statement of the various affirmings in the judgment, I think between 30 to 1 hour, we can be able to
Produce the documents.
yes, to produce the documents and as well as the box.
As well as the box.
Yes, as well as the box.
1 hour.
Maximum. Maximum.
Okay.
As far as the third, the third respondent, it can be within that time that she can be produced.
Produce the books and because I'm interested in the official report book as
Yes.
well as the accountability register.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, I need those. Because we are going to ascertain whether the two are tallying. And once they are tallying, that's when we can now go into the process of the physical account.
Much obliged. Much obliged. As far as the presiding officer, I need to ascertain. I'm not very sure
Whether
if he's available.
he is present.
But the returning officer,
Okay, I made that directive because I was not sure on whether some of the documents are with the presiding officer or with the returning officer. So I'm not sure whether all the documents are in the possession of the returning officer. That's why I opened that.
Your Honor, for the returning officer, we're sure, despite the fact that we have residual elections going on today, so most of the officers are out in the field.
But for the
And
returning officer?
The returning officer is available.
Because I need those documents.
The returning officer is available, and those documents can be available at the earliest, like we have
An
stated.
hour?
Yes, an hour, maximum.
Certified, is it possible to certify? Because,
The certification will be hard because the authority that certifies is the secretary of the Electoral Commission, who is not within the vicinity. But the returning officer is within the vicinity.
so 1 hour from now.
Yes, 1 hour.
So it is 1, and that would mean resuming court at 2.
About
2 p.m.
About
That would be roughly an hour. Yes, Council?
Your Worship, we must oblige for the directions. Through the court, I would love to know from the second respondent if some of the documents mentioned to be available in triplicate are kept in the same box
Or outside the box?
yes, because if they are to be photocopied and they're in the box, then how will that be handled?
Okay.
that is the position.
I think, Your Worship,
Your Worship, I'm inquiring through
Yeah,
the
it's a
court
good one,
to
because that's what-
clarify.
Yes, I'm not aware.
Yes.
Your Worship, I think for direction, EC from now should not do any act, be it photocopy, be it no act at all. They should bring them in the raw form, bring them to court. Then a subsequent act should be the direction of court.
Now, because his concern is, for example, the original record book and accountability register, are they inside the box that was sealed or they are outside the box? Because that was his concern. Because, for example, if they are inside the box and if the returning officer is going to make a triplicate, the same would imply first destroying the box. That's why you wanted clarification. Can you shed light on
They
that?
can't touch the box at all.
Your Honor, the position of the law is clear. The Chief Magistrate, at the time of issuing the order of recount, becomes the manager of the process. And all the documents that are used during the election are kept in the box.
Oh.
They are kept in the box
And sealed.
and sealed.
Oh.
So this makes it even easier because within 30 minutes, the box
So it
can be
would mean the original record book and the accountability register are within the
all
box.
materials are supposed to be kept
Sealed within the
They are
box.
supposed to be sealed in the box.
Yeah, which is even better.
Yes.
Yeah, because my insisting on a triplicate was we give copies to the infested
And
countries.
Your Honor, very briefly, if any of those documents that are pertinent to the election are not within the box, then this court must also include it in the tampering,
If they are not within the box.
because that's the law.
Okay.
That's the law.
Any dispute over that?
Your Worship, the clarification is clear. We can have the...
No, he was adding on that in case the original record book and accountability register are not within, then that is another form of tampering. Should we add it on?
Yes, Your Worship, me, I would not want to engage in speculation. The ruling of the court is clear. Just clarify that the documents are in the box. We can have the box.
Okay. But it is pertinent to have them because
And I think, Your Worship, this is clear. Let the books here, reach here, then join and make observations. I think anything that is not in creates a new ground of discussion here.
fine.
And anything outside it does not find its way in court.
Okay. So let us meet at 2. 2, let us be here for that process.
So your Honor, how is the box?
Just a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit.
How is the box going to be supervised from this place to here?
You
That's
first
also-
give us time, please, please, please.
How is the box going to be
Maybe
supervised?
snatched on the way.
Oh,
Would
from where it is
would
kept up to
it be
here?
now that after you are ruling, ideally you become the manager of the process, would it be prudent for court to
Pick the books.
pick the box and place it before where the
Okay. But
Your Worship, if I may also, it's a practice that the court picks.
fix the box.
It's the practice. Yes. I've seen in some
No,
other.
much as it been the practice, my reasoning has always been what is the justification. Because all along, it has been kept by the third respondent, or the second and third respondent.
Your Worship, you live in the tampering, you can come along.
No, but my question is, they've been keeping it all along. So, what is so special about court picking it from where it is kept? You can address me on that. What would be the justification? Because they've been having it. So what is the big deal of just picking it from where they've been keeping up to here? Unless, if there's also another seal on where it was kept.
Taking the bride.
Do we have another seal on where it was kept? If that is the case, then it would require court to observe where it is being picked from. But if one has been holding it, keeping it, and
Your Worship, then we abide by
Your
order.
Worship.
Now, Honor, maybe just for clarification, this should be able to clarify what exactly is in the box, which kind of documents beyond the ballot papers.
now that should be I had directed the third respondent. Yes. But maybe over this, address me where the box is kept.
Your Worship, if I may, I would not want to, the court to put the lawyer in a position to testify.
No, we are off record, that's why.
Even if we are off record.
I just wanted to know, does he have an idea? Because my question is, what is the relevance of court going to pick the ballot box? What are we trying to achieve? That's what I don't know.
Your Worship, on that one, I think let's take your guidance. The party that has been keeping the box can have it before the court.
Because, like I
But
told
as
you,
to what would be the contents, what would be
no,
inside,
that one, that no.
yeah, then we should not put my land friend in that
Okay.
position.
So, however, on picking it, do we agree that the returning officer brings the box here?
Yes.
Or you want to go and pick it?
Because now court is the manager of the
No,
process.
I have no problem, but tell me the reason. Convince me if there is a
Your Honor,
reason.
it is just very simple. Once court has made a ruling, it becomes the manager of the process. It's real as simple as that. It's not real about convincing court only.
No. My take is
From now on, the electoral commission has become.
Members, you please listen. You listen.
Well, you can go with it.
You be patient and listen.
Your Worship, if I may, I think let's save the sanctity of the court not to over-descend into the arena of picking the
Your
box.
Honor, it's completed.
Okay, if first complete.
Your Honor, the point I'm making is that once court makes a ruling for the recount, the EC ceases to have any authority. It ceases to have. So at that point, court takes over. Maybe if the real court, which is here, cannot move to that place, perhaps an officer of court could go and maybe the returning officers manage the process after this place.
Let me ask the lawyer from practice. When boxes are taken back, I don't know where are they taken, how are they kept? Are they kept somewhere and the place is also sealed? What happened exactly on the keeping of the box? I have no idea.
Keeping
That box, how did it came? How did it stored?
Your Honor, usually this box is under the custody of the Electoral Commission in its offices with the supervision of the returning officer. Because under Section 71, the returning officer is mandated to keep safe custody. In addition, Commission offices are guarded. Right?
No, I mean where it is kept, for example. Is there another seal or locked by key? Can it be accessed any time? Or those are not your questions?
Your Honor, those questions can be raised, but what has been the practice is that court appoints an officer to receive, maybe perhaps sometimes with security of court, maybe a police officer from court, then gets the box with either our security and the returning officer, and it is delivered to court.
Okay, for avoidance of doubt, we shall do the same. Because it seems
Actually, Your Worship, Your Worship, to me, I see the aspect of court going to pick the box becomes a continuation of its prevention exercise. It's carrying out. You may watch the circumstance and you find they're also in a bad situation, so why doesn't court?
Okay, I will oblige. I will oblige. And for that matter, we shall not all go there. My take would be lawyers for the applicant, for the respondent, first respondent, second respondent, and the parties. Yes. So for court, I will move with my my clerk. Yes. What time do we go for the box?
Usually we can go now.
Go and pick it right away?
Yes, right now.
Okay, let us go and pick it right away. Then we shall have the returning officer in the afternoon. And you know why you also wanted the presiding officer?
I think it should come along if she's there.
I wanted the presiding officer as well. If I may, who seals the box with those items? Is it the presiding officer, the returning officer?
Your Honor, it is the returning officer.
Who sold the seals finally?
Yes, because it's the supervisor of the election. And
Okay, fine. Okay, let us prepare in the next 5 minutes, we go. But like I've said, I'm guided. We should not go all of us. We don't need to create commotion.
But then, Your Worship, we are bringing a created a corner. We have added the presiding officer who may not be available today, and it was one of the orders made.
Now, like I say, I included the presiding officer for only one reason. Maybe the returning officer may allege that that activity was carried out by the presiding officer and not her. So it was either way. But if the RO can give me all the information I need, then I don't need the presiding officer. So 5 minutes from now, we get going. Oh, some of you can go, we meet there. Okay. We don't need to move together in a phone.
workers get something to cover. Whether you come in here or you remain there when you are. Sigala au kamera ujichuse. Okay. Okay, people. Okay, abantu abalaba Fatwest TV ndowooza mulina kye muwulidde ate ndowooza mulina kye mulengedde. Omanyi olwaleero nyina abantu be naakoze nabo ngezaako banoonya wano naye nga tujja batwala mpola mpola. Kati mu bigambo ebimpi byosobola obbagamba ninga sho binkubasa kubagambira embeera eriwo omulamuzi ayogedde byayogedde alamudde mubiwulidde mwenna naye ekyamaanyi kana akadde kuddamu ki okubala naye ate mu bigambo bye byayogedde agambe singa wabeerawo embeera nga akantu konna balina ke batempalinga nga batempalinga ekintu kyonna nti kyateeka akakalula ako embeera eyo eba etegeeza nti baakabba ebyo ebintu ebyo byogeddwako. So ngezaako okwagala nti nfune bannange oba abantu ba bulijjo tulabe kye boogera. Leka tufuneyo abantu abamu. Camera person. Okay. So people kye twogera. Okay, let me get brother to brother. Olwaleero nasaze okukola ne bannamawulire bange mpaka. Yes, my brother, how are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Fine, brother.
Yeah.
What is your say basing on how our judge has done things?
The presiding magistrate has ordered for a vote recount in the National Female Youth.
But what is your name?
My name is Emmanuel Lokelo and I work for Uganda Radio Network.
Wow.
We've been in this thing since the election up to now. But now the presiding magistrate has ordered for a recount of the votes cast on 6th of February 2026. That was to elect for the election of National Female Youth representative to Parliament. So currently, what the court is doing, they are going up to the Electoral Commission offices to ensure that the box containing the cast votes and other election materials are brought here before a court so that a recount can be done here at Hoima Chief Magistrate's Court. Majorly, that's what is happening.
But there is a group that gone first. What is your comment? Because there is a group that had to leave the room at first and these leaders and judges were not, even councils, no one had yet gone outside.
I can't comment on that because I was inside. I didn't see those going out first. But according to what court has ruled, it is the court staff, lawyers for both parties, and the two agents that will be going to the Electoral Commission and amidst tight security. That's what will be happening. And at exactly 2, the court will resume to begin the vote recount process. Majorly that.
Okay. The good thing you have been there since day one. To you, what is your say?
One, matters of court, let's allow court to decide whether voting went on in a good process or not. It is court to tell us whether, because somebody disputed the election results. So we must leave everything to court to give out what will happen. Then court will even declare the results from here. By the end of today, we shall be knowing who is the duly, genuinely elected member of parliament for youth representative. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Like how I told you that today we have been interacting with different journalists, but finally I've landed on this gentleman. Let's also say a word.
Hi, good afternoon, viewers. We're here at Hoima Magistrate's Court, trying to understand what is transpiring. As you well know that for the past days, last Friday we were here and we didn't wind up the case. I'm not saying I'm part, but as a stakeholder, as a journalist, we are trying to look how this case will end. And now you've witnessed yourselves, the viewers, that the recount is being granted now. So we are just waiting for court, being now it is in charge of everything. We get to know whether the boxes were tampered with or not. Then the rest will be for court.
The rest will be for court.
Be for court.
But basing on how you've been following this case, to you, as a journalist, you know, when you're a journalist, I expect a lot from you than the person who voted. To you, what do you pick?
You see, besides being a journalist, as one of the observers of the exercise, there have been lead lawyers for the case. And they have provided evidence. You saw the senior counsel Sumani Vasalirwa, senior Kamukama. They are all here, and the affidavit is being sworn. We've been seeing different evidences as they are averted. So we just wait to see. I maintain it just because now once the matter is in court, we can hardly give in our independent thoughts or decisions.
Then if you are to tell Banyoro, other people who are there, maybe in their language, what is your say?
Yeah, Banyoro bakutulola na batoro nyabaningamba tuli hano Hoima Magistrate Court akandi kalitange twatandikire ebiro byali around 12 okwezi niko kwenyine kunu kuturumu weekend egini tugitahamu omuramuzi George Kunihira yayongezayo musango guno kuhika kiro kino akandi abakuru bahulire omusajja amateeka yagataputa kandi yagamba kusigikira hali bukaiso buhairwe koti ekisanga ngu tikiri kiitima kugaruka mukubara so baitu yaho bukwakulizo kakusinga boxes ziba zitakwasirwemu siruze zibasibisize boxes zine kuba nizimakinga so atibagire kutabara boxes tuongere kuba nitwetegereza akuroroba boxes bakazikwatamo babatayikwatemo obururu bulimo bati bulimu returning officer bakuija anabasirikali bagikutabara kitebe kuru ke electoral commission tuongere kwetegereza itu ebisigairo gwaitu na mwene waitu hano guligo kumanyisa kiki kyenyine kibachiremo bamasasingire obada yanasingire the rest is for Myandiyo.
That is it.
Amazina ga Edward Byamukama
okora na radio
Spice FM.
Okay, this gentleman has been here, has been in this election from day one. So that's why when I'm to bring people, I bring people nkabo benyine. Okay, reka nkuretero ndijo ogunyikara nawe. Is that the right? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, my brother.
Thank you very much. How are you doing?
I'm fine. What is your say based on how judge has decided?
I have nothing to say about his judgment. The only concern is how true and fair is it going to be. Because me and you Ugandans watching me on TV, we actually know that how safe have been these ballot papers.
Yeah.
Because even if they are saying that they are in a ballot box or a metallic machine, a metallic box and all that, but that metallic box can actually be taken somewhere, welded and rewelded again and painted without seals being attached actually on top. Because when you listen to the judge's ruling, unless if the seals have not been tampered with, the numbers have not been changed, yes, by the time someone in Uganda everything is possible.
Yeah.
That ballot box can actually be tampered with. I am not saying that I am siding, but I'm giving a honest opinion.
Yes.
Because we know Uganda. By the time someone comes here and says, we need a recount, but then a recount, where have these ballot papers been kept? Is it that people could not access them? Either Mercy's team or Diana's team, they could not access them. If it is because we know people, what money uses. We have money and power. Both of them, yes. Both of them, they are not bad love. Money and power. And actually, money and power is what is the entire year. Because if there are 2 votes, you would say maybe the invalid ones were badly taken somewhere. But if you're talking about 18 votes, and they're talking about recounting, the problem is the recounting. Who has been keeping the ballot box? that has been keeping those boxes, those votes. It should be the concern. But of course, we cannot rule over the judge's judgment. But I know if any of the aggrieved parties, either Mercy or Diana, if this court does not help them, there is chance to appeal. Even when you appeal, anyway, but I believe there is chance to go and make an appeal if you feel like maybe this court has not given in favor, because a recount is going to happen according to the judge, because the agent did not sign, the candidate did not sign, maybe it was intentional, maybe they protested. So
there is a group that has been there hearing, listening to everything. But for them to have been saying, they have been accusing NRM that, oh, these NRM people might have done something. For you, do you believe it can be?
As a journalistic person, I always want to be independent.
That is it.
I always want to be independent and do my job, my profession. But in Uganda, whoever is watching me and has given that comment, that must be a honest opinion. Because me and you have lived in Uganda, we know what is possible and you know what is not possible. In Uganda, everything is possible.
It's possible.
We've seen situations in different parts of the country where someone is fourth or third and is declared a winner. The case in point was Nasana Municipality in 2021, actually 2016, when I think Wakaima won. He was NUP. He was an independent candidate or DP. He won. They went to court. He didn't have proper names. His names were not right. Then they went to court. Instead of declaring the second person, they declared the third person, who was who was third because NRM.
Because of NRM.
Yes. So in Uganda,
it's
not surprising. Possible. It can be an independent, it can be an NRM, it can be an UP, but whoever is more connected will win.
Abanyora bari kutureba n'abanyankore bakiga bayabo obagambira kagambo ke.
Abanyora barungi kikuru muno kugenda mbyo kukoma mbo mbyo bwebembezi. Baitwa kizibu kitwina nti obwebembezi tubukyali bwa mazima. Omuntu akusinga talini wakurangirirwa. Bwakurangirirwa nibagenda mu kooti nazo tezikyaina kwetengerera. They are no longer independent.
They are no longer independent.
I want to be honest. Courts these are human beings who are not even independent anymore. Most of them, they are influenced, educed, given money, because people have been testifying over time.
Right.
Land matters, election matters, and all that. Because surely they're not independent. What do they see it? Sometimes they get orders from above. The above we don't know. So moving forward, unless win a cent, you win an election. If you don't have money, do not even waste your small money to go into politics, because you want to win.
Want this bring obabatora bari kuturuko tichikureta bebembezi babi omusoso yatabatu abari kuzo mu parliament bakaremwa kombeka kore bintu biri kuyamba ihanga ninga shikureta ibitekerezo
nyona iwe tukimanyire bunku banyesimbire naiwe Faruk bakakoma yiwe kikomesa abantu abakira barozire niwe ino busobozi tineko barozire niwe ino busobozi obahaire manifeste nungi bakokoma then butugena mu kooti bakagiye nguzi obo muntu wenda akora order nyo bakarangirira nyowe nyo abantu tali nyo bakomere abo kuba bakora manifesto yange tali nungi.
Yes.
So meaning that nyowe tindi wa abantu ndi wa kooti.
Ndi
wa kooti. Yes. Literally that's what it means. If people abantu bakuba bakomere Faruk bamukoma oli yakweso dubious way yakwesengeri yona bamurangirira abantu tage ku representing ensonga za abantu one akwenda ku sente za ziyatekeremu two aga kubagamba tali ninyo mwankomere. We've seen people na kugamenyo ninyo mwankomere sente zangu nizo za nkomere nizo za mpira karuru so tena kujya kumugamba aja kwenda ku sente za ziyatekeremu aja kubata kyahuliriza abantu kubaki manyire mutamukome twina MP hano muhoyima amaze nagena parliament mirundi esatu batakamukomaga. It is of recent bamunagire mukana akaruru and I had one security person confessing intugo atagata kulya karuru after losing intugo atagata kulya karuru bena abantu sente then they declare here so she is the first time takaliaga karuru because aina influence aina sente hatahaga na aliya karuru. Someone told me nti ate agata akulya karu baitu murundi guntafune flaga so tituge kumubeera
Okay.
and indeed she lost.
And indeed she lost.
Yes.
Okay, I think people, you have heard the way how things are, but it is basing on how it is hard like that. But now, to you as a young person, what comes in your mind? Do you think that politics is still a big issue in Uganda?
Politics is no longer service.
Right.
It's a job.
It's a job.
That's what the problem is. Unless we get back to the drawing board and say politics is a service, then we'll get good leaders and we'll get good things out of politicians. But until we keep it as a job, that someone comes, stands as a member of parliament, stands as a chairperson LOC5, stands as a sub-county chairperson, that it is looking for a job, is looking for survival. We'll get good leaders and will not get services.
I get you.
If someone has will to serve the population, why do you even fight to be there? If your will is to serve the population, why do you fight? You've lost, meaning that people have not trusted you. Why do you fight? Because you want to serve people.
You put a lot of
Good
money.
Samaritans don't fight.
Don't fight.
We have Rotary, we have Lions, we have a number of charity organizations. Do they fight? When they come to you, they offer service and they will not go for publicity because it is a service from their heart.
I get you.
Do we have leaders or we have manipulators? We have business people in politics. Unless we get business people out of politics, we will not have good leaders, we will have dealers. Someone goes to parliament because they can be duped, they can be given money to pass a certain bill and that's it. Can we have people who stand on integrity, who stand on matters that affect their population? If they tell you to go and consult your population, what are the issues affecting them? Can you go to them and ask them, what are the issues that affect you? When they listen to you, are you able to address those? And you're not coerced, you're not intimidated, you say, this is what I stand for, this is what my people have said. But most people so influenced because they put in their money, and we have bad leaders just because of that. But the time is not gone. We can mentor the young people from primary schools, secondary schools. If not, trust me, we are not having leaders. You know, in Runyoro there is something saying that says, akati bakagemurwa kakyali kato. You can only make a tree right when it is still young. When it grows, you cannot. You instead break it. So let's look at the young population, the younger generation, mentor them to have characters, to have manners of good leaders, to have manners of loving their country. Like the president keeps saying, be patriotic. Can we have patriotic leaders? Can we have patriotic citizens who can come and stand, not for money, but to serve?
Okay, but there is this question still, it has been going on everywhere. Who has caused the demand of money in politics?
We have to be decisive as a country. It is us as a country. Leaders are to blame, the people are to blame, and the entire system is to blame. They've made each and everything monetary. I can only vote for you if you give me money. And you speak to some voters, they will tell you, even when we vote those people into parliament or LOC5 or chairman, they never come back. The only time we have to milk them is during campaigns. Mpebyange na bolibotagarukire, I don't care.
I don't care.
So that's what the problem is. If we had a person who goes to parliament and speaks for the people, speaks to the hearts of the people, they will not ask for money. For instance, Ibrahim Samujunganda in Chira municipality, people will not ask for money because they would see him on fellow parliament deliberating on issues that affect them. Barnabas Tinkasimire, Buyaga West constituency, people would not ask for money because he's a man of the people. Dr. Patrick Isingoma Mwesugwa, Hoima City is where we're standing here. People voted for him. He was not giving money. Actually, you would even find NRM people saying, Isingoma, we cannot beat him. NRM had a candidate, John Abiakutaga. But they said, we know with Isingoma, for Hoima City East, we cannot win. Yes. Isingoma has worked for his people. Meaning that when you work for the people, people will not ask for money. But if you do not want, if you don't work, then you have to buy them.
To buy them.
And that is from top to bottom. The population have been left with no answers but to ask for money to vote. Because even if they vote you on merit, you won't serve them.
You won't serve them.
What do they do now? Give us our money, go and eat. When you come back again, we'll ask for that money, give us our portion, go and eat. And I think the president needs to have a discussion. Yes. We need to have a national dialogue on, can we get this better? This is even very possible. If EC says, if we actually get a video and evidence that you're giving money or what, can we have you arrested? Can we have you out of the race? If we have two candidates, MPU, LC5, pulled out of the race during campaigns, trust me, people will change. They'll vote for people who matter, and money won't exchange hands. Because when money is exchanging hands, is it exchanging hands in the forest? It is in the community. This same community can record for your video and get it as evidence and even come and testify to those people that are giving money. Yes.
Okay, I think people you have heard, everyone has been there blaming leaders, some blaming locals, that the problem of demanding money from politicians, it is because of these locals. And the locals have been there blaming leaders, that it is leaders who bring to them money. So they have been confusing themselves, of which we have been looking who has to be blamed. At the end, it's like you have brought it in line. Then how about the status quo, the status quo of residents or countrymen?
Status quo of countrymen, if for instance I have a good school, an MPU LC5 has lobbied for me a good school, has lobbied for me a good medical facility for government, has lobbied for me a good road, has lobbied for me I have water, access to clean and safe water, I have electricity to be able to enable me to, as a business person, to work. Why wouldn't I vote for that person? Now these voters, because you've not served them to the expectation, then they will say, now what do we do? This man has a lot of money. Even if we don't vote for him, he might manipulate his system and is given the mandate. So what do we do now? Some of these people even have meetings. They will sit and say, now what do we do? Let's milk him.
Yeah,
at least even if he goes to Parliament or LC5 and he doesn't come back, at least we have gotten something
from him.
At least if you've gone through the town, you've seen border stages built. That's money from members of Parliament, for LC5 and mayors. Meaning that that person, a border rider who is standing under that shade, who is, even if you don't come back, at least I have something from you. Churches during campaigns are built so much. Fundraising over fundraisings. So when you come and contribute maybe 10 million or 5 million, for me as a church, I've gotten some service from you. Because after voting for you, you're going to change your lines. We won't peak. When you're driving your car, your windows are going to be high and tainted. So what do we do? Let's wait for you when campaigns are up, when you're looking for us, because then we can get money from you. That's what the challenge is. If these voters can be civically sensitized on the rights, and then why it is important to vote for good people, but also the good people go to Parliament and discuss issues that affect them, trust me, they'll vote for them. The problem is, even the good people that have been going to Parliament have turned out to be dealers, even to LOC5, to be dealers selling land, manipulating people. So people are like, they are left with no option, but only look for money. After getting the money, whoever wins, it is okay. Or either you come back or do not come back. I return back to my small business of vending tomatoes. When you come back as for election, I will still milk you 1 million. I add into my business. When you go, I have no business with you.
I get
But literally, it would be that, can we have a leader who works for the people? Can we come and tell you, Farouk, we have a challenge here. Sometimes it doesn't have to be money. Can you also, because we believe by the time we are voting for you, we believe you understand more than us.
Yes.
Not so? Literally.
Yes.
You understand more than us. Can you give us ideas? Can you get us people? Because we believe you're more connected than we do. Can you connect us? If, for instance, a problem is water, can we get a funder to give us water? If a problem is roads, can you network with the Ministry of Works so that we can get a grader to come and work on our roads? For instance, we're talking about health facilities in a sorry state. Can you network with organizations? Can you network with the Ministry of Health so that we can get maybe a medical facility elevated from Health Center 2 to Health Center 3 to Health Center 4 so that we can get services? Trust me, standing with us, even if you don't give us money, you don't give them money, but then you're with them and solving problems with them, they'll vote for you.
I get you.
Yes.
Okay, I think people you have heard, then abatarukuru orunanko rurimi nkorujungu ebyo byona mwabuhurira ebyo byona twantugamba noho muntu oshemeye kuba na blamingwa ninga ano yasano ku blamingwa ku kintu kya sente ekyo tukirabye ate muganda wange ageza ko kinyonyola then tulaba mukulembeze eki kike kyononye gwanga era nakyakyogedde. So ebyo byonna tuli Hoima era ebyo byonna ffe tujja kubeerako live mpaka we binaabeererawo ba recounting obululu tulabe obunaavaamu mpola mpola balabe ani asinze ani agudde oba ani yabba oba ani atabba oba eboxi bazigize muganda wange abagambyeko nti ne box bandi babazimenya nga bakola obukodyo okwagala okubba ate oli eyawangula kuba yawangula mu mbeera entuufu okusinziira ku bye yalaba ono munnamawulire n'abalala. So mu mbeera eyo kwe tutambulira naye ndooza tujja with time I think we will overcome.
Yes, whatever it is, no problem has no solution, only that the problem is taking longer to be solved. But I believe all the challenges of the country have solutions.
Yeah.
At least you have statements made by our CDF, General Kainerugaba.
Yeah.
He looks to be a bold man. The president of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is a honest man and a good man. But maybe there are people trying to do things
to disturb
and affect his system. But we believe the president will be able to deal with most of these challenges because we believe we still have many honest men and women of integrity in our country, especially the president and the CDF. At least I've seen some tweets, I've seen some comments by the CDF, especially for instance in Hoima, a district woman MP NRM, when Beatrice Wembabas was robbed of her win as a flag bearer.
Yes.
CDF made a tweet and it was retweeted by the Minister of State for Youth, Baramba Rugahara, and action was taken. And Beatrice Wembabas was given her flag, and she's now MP-elect for Hoima District Woman Representative. So if we still have people like the CDF, people like the president, that have the love for the country at heart, we believe some of these small challenges can be solved over time.
Okay, I think you've heard, as long as we get leaders like General MK and other ministers, including His Excellency President Museveni, things will change. But the president has been there and he's the head of everything. What do you think that he has a bit relaxed?
You want to put me in a tricky situation?
It's not a tricky situation, but I'm asking because now someone has been there for long.
Yes, he's been there for long. You would not want to blame him.
Yes.
One, he's head of state. Two, he's a father. But secondly, is someone who is accommodative. At least for the president, I know him about that. Even when you come out and make a lot of noise about something, the president will keep quiet. But there is going to be one time when you come out and act. That I believe. If the problem is EC, if the problem is security, if the problem is judiciary, trust me, there is going to be one time when the president will come out and make a statement, and his statement will be felt for that matter, because he's made a lot of statements. For instance, during the fights between then the IGP Kalikihura and State Minister for Security, I think General Tumukunde, you remember those fights that were happening. He looked like as if he was not seen, but when he came out, you saw what happened.
Yes.
Both of them were sacked. That's just one example. So the president is not seated. I know he's made a lot of acts, and the only thing, he's a father.
Okay.
I think that is when he wants to act and he feels like Bazukuru, my children, like so.
How about this question? Now we see the presiding officer who was at Hoima Playground was the boss of EC, of Electoral Commission. What does this show to the public? Because we see he's the boss of Electoral Commission.
Because
and now what they did, they said whichever he presided was not right. Are you getting me?
He needs to wash his hands clean.
So now what do you pick from that if anything happens? Because it's like they tried to challenge him and he was the boss at polling station.
You know,
and now they say things didn't go like how he said.
The challenge we have, we've made court look like court is God.
Okay.
That's what the challenge
court is God.
We've made court look like court is God.
Okay.
But for heaven's sake, they're human beings. And we've made them look like they're gods. And what I mean is, I am moved to understand, actually, the EC chairperson is a justice.
Justice
Simon Byabakama. I believe sometimes he sits somewhere and is shedding tears. Especially because I did an interview with him after the election. He said this was the most peaceful exercise he's held in 2026. Himself on camera. That he said, yes. I've not had any malpractice, I've not seen fights. That is said on camera, both on my on TV and even on my TikTok account. I have his video. I believe when such things come out, he must be somewhere disturbed, but he has nothing to do. Because when there is any outcry or concern, it has to go to court. And he has, as a justice of court, he knows why it is important. So at least I believe sometimes he feels like it was not necessary, but then the law provides, so what can he do? His hands are tied. But also secondly, is he so big?
Himself? Yes, he is basing on the office.
No, is he so big to manage those candidates?
There I can't tell.
Who is bigger?
Maybe the head of state.
No, I'm asking of candidates and him, who is bigger? So that's what you need to ask. Because, and when you answer that, then you get to understand.
But won't this cause him a problem? Because now there is what I'm realizing. It is mostly young people, even other people, they are saying maybe this is the way. They are trying to pave a way for him to be sacked.
One single election cannot cause EC chairperson being sacked. They're just getting so excited, really. The young people can say anything at any time, surely. A person who has presided over president's elections and president gets 71%, presided over member of parliament in 146 districts. I do not know how many constituencies. Chairperson LOC 5s, mayors, and you say that just one single election, that he has to be sacked. To be honest, let's be
what
fair.
They say.
Let's be fair as young people. We don't have to get so excited. We don't have to get so excited. That's excitement, surely. He has to be sacked. No. Sometimes it is beyond him.
Okay, so members who are watching, I'm with my brother here. We are discussing different issues, but political issues, and we base on what has been going on in Hoima, mostly in youth elections. For sure, people have been coming, others are from different districts. For example, Gulu, Kitugumu, Alua, Western region, everywhere because of this election. To you, don't you think it is another way of making a young person poor? Because now young people have been putting in money to come to Hoima. And Hoima is not easy place to travel.
My concern is not about someone traveling from Gulu to come to Hoima. Because no one pushed them to come, it is out of love.
It is out of love.
But the challenge is when someone gets disgruntled after they've put in their money, what next?
What next? Okay.
That's the challenge.
I'm getting you.
Because by the time you're coming from Arua, quite distant, coming to Hoima, you have love for your country, you have love for the person you voted for. But then the challenge is, what if court rules otherwise, and actually for the person who won at your heart is either Diana or Mercy? You go back a disgruntled person. And when you go back a disgruntled person, either you're going to be biased and hurtful to the president or EC chairperson or whoever has presided over this entire process. So that's why the challenge is. This is why you're going to see someone telling you, I will no longer participate in elections.
Okay.
Because they will get disgruntled. They feel like even when you go there, you do not expect justice. Even when you're voted and maybe you're not more connected, you do not have money, you won't win. So that's why the challenge is. And remember, the president and people, our seniors have always maintained, the future belongs to the young people. We all know the old people, there is some age, the young people can die, but the chances older people die are very high because as we grow, we expect to die. So meaning that we expect the young people, to be able to take over leadership. But there is going to be a person who has good qualities of a leader, but says, me, I get into that dirty stuff. I put in my man and lose. Let me leave. We are missing out good leaders because of the entire process being shameful, being in a way that they do not care about someone who wins, how much you put in terms of efforts and money, but also having sleepless nights, trying to convince people to vote for you. Let people go out there, campaign and sell out their manifestos so that people can vote them instead of using systems, manipulating systems to get into leadership when they're not meant to be.
I get you.
I sign out.
For sure, I will, maybe. Okay, people who are watching, people who are watching on Fatwest TV, we shall remain live up to when they bring boxes, so that you see, you get to see everything that is going on, here at the...
All that I've said has been for him, not me. So whoever is watching,
okay, but okay, now let us get this gentleman. Maybe, how are you, my brother?
I'm okay, bro.
What is your name?
My name is Don Moses. I come from Lira City.
You come from Lira City?
Yes.
Okay, you have come to vote.
I have not specifically come to vote, yes, but I've come to follow the court session.
Right.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to hear from you.
Yeah.
So now, what is your say, based on what had gone, or the way how judge has decided? You know, his conclusion.
I started following the court process from day one, and since then, up to now, I'm on the court issues. So today, we were expecting a final ruling, and yes, I believe, basing on the report from the judge, it was a bit convincing, but then the youth who voted, most of them are demanding justice. To me, as of me, I want to be on a ground that I don't want to be biased. As of me, I feel that the date that people voted was actually the date that the principles of fairness and the rest was exhibited. There were contention between two candidates. We have Honorable Ampere Diana Kampe, who was an NRM candidate, and Honorable Mercy Kanyesie, who was an NRM leaning. Actually, she came independent. But then, during the elections of the Youth League, we all saw the election was brought down to the district level, where the youth voted at the district. From there, I do not believe that the principles, all the principles was followed. The fairness, I believe that some of the youth were maneuvered.
Okay.
They did not vote what they intend to vote. Mercy has been with the youth for all these 5 years. She has moved this country. About 6 months ago, she was in Amolata. She secured a girl who was being mistreated. And she had to respond to and help that girl in Amolata. This is on record. We, as the youth, right from the league, we felt that it is Honorable Mercy that could really stand for the youth of this country. But then, Mercy lost in the NRM primaries. What I was expecting, I thought she would complain like the way Honorable Diana is doing. But I did not see anywhere. What she did, she had to appreciate the youth who voted her. I think they were around. I cannot tell but it was also some good gap. So she appreciated those youth. And in this independent, I was also expecting any of the two, because the margin was too small. I was expecting any of them to at least welcome the election. Like I witnessed, Honorable Mercy and Diana, they were greeting their hands in the election place. That was Oima Stadium. They greeted their hands, and that was a sign of solidarity we want as the youth. We never knew anything would happen afterwards, but we are so astonished that we are ending here in the court. Now my advice would be, if the court does not favor Honorable Mercy, me I still feel that all the processes that are going is being tampered with. And the only thing that would now help us is for her to appeal.
To appeal
in the court of appeal, actually. Yeah, she has to appeal because I feel that the processes in the court is not actually going on well because of the bureaucracy, the delays. Like people are trying to base on the ballot box. The ballot box has now been out of the voting area for over is now coming to, is it 2 weeks plus? So we do not believe that the ballot box is still safe as it was. Actually, all the election, it was a 1-point election and it was a national election. All the youth of this country gathered in the stadium of Hoima. 1 man, 1 vote. That principle was followed to the dot. The gap was really too little, meaning the youth trusted almost all these candidates, but there is always only one person who always emerged as the winner. So in this case, Mercy emerged the winner. And here, like you're seeing,
okay, people who are on camera, I think you can show what is the gentleman is dressing up.
We are not
you
happy.
Came smartly putting on this message.
Yeah, we are putting on this shirt not simply to mean we are causing chaos or anything whatsoever, but we are trying to speak. We are trying to speak to the public that we need justice. Justice must prevail. There are now those people who has, okay, there is, in youth politics, there is this system of a state candidate, somebody's candidate. This thing is now making the youth not to vote the right person they want. So in this case, Mercy is a candidate for all the youth. She's friendly, she's accessible, and I believe nobody brought her because she served in the National Youth Council as the Legal Affairs Secretary. And she has been with the youth.
If you are to talk or to communicate to your people whom you represent from your area,
yes,
maybe these who are not educated, can you tell them what has happened and what is going on and why you are here in Guru, but in your language, your local language?
Okay, nena ko woni aberu don Moses ana yailera city. E chani tia serving a chalo a kanchila bulu melera city. Tamoni abin a winye yira a bianen kita jamiti award kede. An amaro kopi kom democracy dang itama no atamoni ka pitiena ma chiel. Jo amelo kopi kom chik udonyo kede kopa me miero nyo resolution gi mohagi ubina me rwate kede tama jo yoho pien ka yini bin yoho me kot kan inungu ni duonga jo amo binu kan ubedo jo amo binu pi Mercy and jo kena me ti yoho kucha uti mirdange binu pi Mercy. In other words, ti jo ame jo akomo bolo kwira bole chuny polgi bolo pi Mercy. Ana beru kede ngej ni threats ubeda pol. Jo bor kwa jo eto dano moho tamer me boli Mercy kwi. So do tinu mi wa kede ur twal kadok miro kopien binahe kot me bolo kwi wora chil abon pe hamori ken. Eto entinu tia winyi kot chani nana tia loki judge ordering ni mier wokel ballot box jo bi kwan ye kot kan ame yung e chawa chiel anungu kwano ballot box yen kwano queer awore nyimi ye kot kan eto wan dunga chalo bulu upe kede gen i ballot box jo tia kelo kan pien obedo ho lao ko ni manro no gino dunyo ko so kadung tigi na me judge no rote mapira te karo ke no miro daring for re-election nyobo that may be but kwano ballot boxi wano pe kere gene ye pien ginoro ken timere lo wani apoya te
Okay. So, Kweyotek, it means what?
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Okay, I think you have heard Fatwest TV the way how it does. Nereto gweretoria, ereto no neretori, okulaba. Bano baliwa, where are they? I need to see them here.
Which what exactly?
Your colleagues from
yeah.
From the ones you came with.
Oh, my colleagues, some of them are already out.
Okay.
They are trying to follow up whatever is happening outside. We are seeing the vehicle of the Electoral Commission moving, and yes, they are keeping their eyes open, but we are trying to minimize our mouth. Eyes open, but we try to minimize our mouth.
Okay. Okay. Then, what could be your last message?
My last message to the youth is, actually not only to the youth, let me start to the Electoral Commission, that the election of the special interest group, there should be some affirmative action done.
Okay.
There should be amendment in the laws, in the processes and the procedures that takes place, because we always get a lot of challenge. If, like for the case of the national female and the northern and the rest, you find that that person down in the grassroots cannot now manage such election. What other remedies can the government come with? There are candidates that have been elected, but they are not for the youth. They always elect them and they disappear. So we feel that there should be some remedy. If you don't have somebody in the government, you don't succeed.
You don't succeed.
And this is what we are trying to now see here.
Okay. So you see there is big wigs in
if you don't have money, my friend, it's very hard.
Okay, my brother, happy to meet you.
Happy to meet you
Okay,
too.
till another time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for watching Fatwest.
Yeah.
I think I will subscribe to Fatwest. They have been here, I've been seeing that they are capturing us live, and I've not yet got time to subscribe, but probably I'll get time to subscribe.
Okay,
we are still busy on the ground here.
You are welcome, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay. So, my big man,
yes, sir.
Are you fine?
I'm good, long time.
A long time, really. Yeah. Are you okay?
I'm very good.
Okay. So, what is your say? Because you have been hearing and you are in this area, you have been knowing everything.
Not everything, of course. You can't know everything. That's why we are here to listen to the big people about what's going on and the decision that is going to be taken.
Okay, you are welcome. Akaburiyo mwena akosoro mirwe hano.
So, echo kubanza ndio munyamakuru ninjira tinga taking aside.
Yeah.
Ichande of course no kukora. Ndia murumo ndio niza kushaka makuru.
Wija kurebe biri kugenda omisho.
Kurebe kugenda omisho no kushaka kutwara abantu banje. Konke mbera
nokora na media ki niwo hamazina tubakagamanyira ibyo byona twabuguruka twahikantwe
atakugira ntwe manya ninjira
twatandikira ataho tandikira
Simbanyita Dennis Kamba kwase nikora na Vision Group New Vision in the Hoyman ho
Nkor.
Yeah.
Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you. So kugamba hambere ryaha amushango go a petition yeah, female youth member of parliament ninjira ni tindabigambe humnonga okuba
of course stegerize ni chwariari
konkana ni tekateka ngo twiciriza kuza gukora ibindi no kureka iminyeto bakaza gukora ibindi imirimo yabo reka decision takingwe irizoba abana baze gukora imirimo.
Okay. Mbwenu wareba ngo abirari muka wastage of time
abere mu wastage of time abana tubacu abamwe bakiriyo muri yejo kwihaburi na hati tukiriyo muri yejo
kiriyo mind zabo kana bo mwene ba traveling
kugamba nabo no shota bamwe tubari ready no giving up even after the decision noreba umuntu nagira ati nature ashariwe muno cyakubura kutuvaringa still turede ko yongerera so naningira ngo kote cyarashari muri yare
nico turagenda
tugende neco
of course ashino hakane kote cye kusharamu
tunje bwire bwo kuzakora ibintu
that is right okay abarebe bafatwe Steve Dennis nakwakira azawe bare munonga fatwe Steve ne kunda munonga
nimba following munonga ide mirimo yawe
hoyi mambuye n'umutu ino man that is good okay abarebe bafatwe Steve noreba turiyaha turiyabateza bobururu abamwe bashemererwa bamwe bakashemerirwe so ibyo byona nkito abanyamakuru ntuguma turi hagati ntureba so iwe tukumanya ukagira tukumanya munonga konkano asa tugamberambera eri kugenda omi
kale mbwene mbere inareba amazina ninye Edison Muhumuza kandi ori chairman wa Kakumiro District Youth kandi ori Bunyoro Sub Region caucus chairman w'abasigazi aba NYC ebyasharwa mushaheji nke itwa abahagizi ba mase itwa abarunzira akaruru itwa abatsigazi ntutera ideology na capacity yo muntu ntura buzima tutakahamereje abo kuba cyo kubanza obukwakuruzo obuja magistrate chief magistrate yataho nangwa nahura nabukunda kugira ngo bashange box batamparinje nayo ninge bintu nkebyo nahura nahamaboko banywenyi no kuhamangwa akaruru tukakateka mukanda karumu kandi turejumbiro mbintu byo kwiba akaruru oyiro kutina kwanje kuriyaha kubikugambwa bikabura kufollowingwa hataho ne box size bire zibicigwe kumaro bwiro butwamara nyine buhame kandi bya Uganda no bimanya siru manya birahebyo byona nibasa kupangwa byona nibirondwa nibitwamo mbweno rahanga turiyo tumushaba kugira ngo transparency n'amazima gayitwa gutubetwemerireho gabasa kugenda omisho garebeka kandi ruhanga turiyo tumushabera kimwe kugira ngo box ngo kutwabire tutiremo bururu bwito abari ko twaza kubara kandi tubushanjemo
hataho aho no hari ikibuzo wa orya box niyo norga ninga wa
stegereriza box stegereriza aha hariho time yaza kuzakira kurwo muri Electoral Commission kandi emboje zombi all sides za sindika entumwa twena turinza rahe box tugoberera ebiragere ebi chief magistrate yagamba kureba ngo ubuzima twahiyayo success yeyitu wini yitu hanga kagitwa kandi nyino kwikiza ngo umwizina ryarahanga ntuza kugitwara kandi ntwangura wini yeyitu itaba mase abo kwa karuru tukakatera kurunje ubuzima kandi twinkwamya ngo nozara umwana wo bwishisha heji hawo hesande mwe ngo hate yahinduka omworo tikikabaho go mwihangomo
takhinduka
tinkwamya
so mwino hamwe
kwa khinduka mwenu nabwo muze yatuyambe corruption age neba yabahaye agaranga nywe nuko kubasa kugamba
mwe bare munonga ningira ngo kurugirira abarebe bafatwe Steve twabagira ngo tuturarjeho mpaka babazira ubururu bakozire byona baza kureta amaboxi mugarebe nigatahamu ebyo byona ko kutoshire ntubahereza buri kibu then inde kibuza kindi kwenda kubuza noreba ebintu nebi nebibiri nibajanga koza omumpaka zona no expecting ayo okuterwa hansi ninga sho kwimuka hatiwe abwencho rukurohoza ngo mwene uburyomwe wena amurubabirabo bona bine kwimuka
enshonge kindi kugambira ntiyo ngo twino kusinga ekindi kugambira ntiyo ngo twino kusinga akarutu kakatera kahabagwa TV omushanano gujwa kandi twakabara twakatera kurunje munonga kandi obururo bw'abatsigazi tubururo w'ibyaro ngo ku polling station twatune polling station age chairman byabaka makabaroho Electoral Commission yo returning officer yarangirira babara omushanano gujwa tutarakabazira mu kiro tutarakabazira ngo twakabara matarangu ninga hari hako batwaroko mwene cyo nukugira ngo kuturaye twakatira box omwe hakategiro wakafundura nyowe nyino kwikiriza ngo hano nimenda kutwereza nkabasinguze
norwo mu district
nindugo muri Kakumiro District Bunyoro ninye chairman w'abatsigazi wa Kakumiro kandi ninye chairman ko kasi wa Bunyoro Sub Region
so niwo mwabire natera
wenyine
ruhangasi
amin
then kagambo ki akora kwereza na munonga
abariyoko eshaheji turiyo twenda gukora teramateka gu chief magistrate yatugambera konka mugumize mu mushabere ruhanga kugira ngo ito ntushabe kinteki kugira ngo boxing ngo kutwazihire kuriya zigume buri ko zagira sita zaguma konke kiriyo mundo mwana utwatire muntu mumanya kugira ngo turiyo ntumuronda buronda ito tukamutayari ari je yo kurunyi ko twamutireyo
kandi mwine mu bwesije
obwesije bw'amani munonga
okay kare we bari munonga
bari
no gunda murundi fata Steve no gikuratera
munonga
kakumiroko
buri hamwe na TikTok media yona
okay nitubakira
amen
okay abareba fata Steve ni mureba ntugezeho ku interactingana n'abateze bakaruru ninga shabo hagizi bobo twarire mu n'abanyamuhurire na stakeholders as long as you can come out and speak. So ecyanyu muze afatwe Steve muhandike mu ba YouTube nano tureba live okwihantu tandika tukaregereho mpaka na hati na nobwiro burakurateho obasha munana byona bira ahubira ahweri. So nuko turukora ogo nugo gwitu kugira ngo twahereza information public kugira ngo ogu yakoreki we are just reporters ninga shi messengers, we don't belong to AB or CD. Ndindeba hemenyeteri yaho misho ganje ninja I need to pick one. We not interested ogamba yihangariye ninga issues zikugenda misho. Ndio ninjezo kurunda we no already yeah you are welcome. Noreba munsomu okugamba yihangari yawe ninga shebe kugenda munsi ni rights zawe as long as torukwenda biragiro mu kugamba kwawe we bare munonga no gamba shumushije
no
are you fine?
I'm fine because I'm speaking the original.
Okay now introduce yourself so that people can watch you who are following Fatwest TV.
Abantu abali ahero oko amabala gange Kisembo John Finance Secretary Kakumiro District.
Kakumiro.
Yes. Ndioli omu hali aba batira akalulu. Twakakuuma twakabala. Then finally twaikiriza nti Masako Zeki asingira akalulu kano.
Okay.
Era abwire buno tuliana akoti hoima tulinzire kutabalira box. Tuloli kuanga bagambire bakujja kugaruka mu kubala akalulu ako. Kandi akalulu ako bakabazire misana ni tulole itwena twa witnessinga na chairman wa Electoral Commission Justice byabakama yali alo nawe na alola nawe yagamba nti abasigazi ba Uganda kibachwire muniki ekyo maseni wakozeki alira akalulu ako baitu tuli surprised kulolangu na video bakende kujiplaying omukoti habuko na maulire ba alowo bona ni ba witnessinga ekigendo maiso kulola danti omulamuza yakainega video kwa jiplayinga baitu yaikirizangu box bagirete bagisumurule bagaruke mu kubala akalulu ako.
Okay.
Wale yange eryano ekikisoka kyabyo nanti box enu titumanyira abagina titumanya bene bagikuuma tukweralikira tugamba nti manye Uganda yati abantu bagezi muno buli kimu kikusoboka okwijja kwesanga bibatekeremu bwiro we basibiremu oluskandi because eki bikyokire Uganda tukubirivingira muri democracy nti omuntu afunira obululu bwingi ne waina kuba natwala ekikalo so nkabavubuka bo bali bakyuiremu rundi tukyuiremu mase abere MP waitu wa Uganda yona so tuliano tulindirire tutumanyire kigendo maiso omulamuza atugambirega hanyuma yesawe mu betu kulola ati esawe erabizemu ira bagenze kutabalira box so katulindire tulole kigeno
mweno otinire kugira ngo babasa kwata mu box ejo abo bwiro bwarenga
actually busata manye bigeno maiso mu Uganda abantu bagezi muno okusobola kusanga box ekozeki bagikwasiremu baitu mukama niwe byona bakubagambire nti ona yasingire ni wana taking over bakubagambire nti binakyuka so titumanyire kigendo maiso katulinde tulole.
Okay. Wajangoriche ori
Finance Secretary Kakumiro District.
Ori omutezi wa Karuru.
Yes, nkakatera.
Kandi onoreba ngwe byarga muti byakushemeza. Kandi buri bikakushemeza.
No. Ebyarugire mu luli bikansemeza abo kuba bakusinga obwingi majority bakagamba maseni wakoleki abere MOP. Baitu atibo okuba nolola ali mu amakona koona liale newo okuba no yiralikirira.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Till another time. Fatwest nojikunda
muno.
Nojikuratera.
Njigoberera mu na YouTube na TikTok.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Okay, let us hear from others.
This is for Choli. This is for Lang.
Okay. Let us hear from these young people. Okay, my friend, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Are you okay?
I'm actually not fine.
Yes.
With the ongoing of things.
Now, what is your say, basing on how the judge has finalized?
Well, I must say they had to be fair, fairness. The judge dwelled on the affidavits mostly presented by one party and could not lay out the defenses made by the respondents' counsel and
as
the
a box
affidavits.
A box zija abari bafatwe Steve abari muno batureba omwihanga lyona ninga shomunsi yona a box zija zinwe abaserukare nibo bazine. All soldiers are the ones holding it, including voters or agents. So we expect, from now we expect anything big. That's what I can say. So continue as we conclude, since they have brought this.
I expected the trial magistrate to also lay out very clearly the affidavit of the counsel for the respondent and the affidavit that was tendered in as witnesses by the other deponents. For instance, Julia, there's that one of there were other affidavits that was tendered in that had to also be relied in to make this kind of judgment. However, the main judgment was based on the corroboration corroboration of evidence, which we also saw that the affidavits of Julia and the rest of those that was for the respondents were also corroborating. So we therefore pray that the justice prevails as we do this recount. Thank you so much.
Say what did as we enter.
An kan nyawdo aron pedi kere lokorapol anabera chwak masi pena ngoni masi anabera tela ber an wan bolo kwirwako kwiriyungolo jama oporro chunjino petia yom te chako gini style lokene medamo ningo miero chakwano kwiritit wanda po kwero ka kwiri kukoma wan bolo ni na joti abi kwano ni wan odi kere gen ni poro loira masa loyo eto ka kwiru po beru kwira wan bolo nu alo habe tieta lo halonde ko be tie wan chalo bulu po yengede akobilo ako bulu me Uganda on ready meneno ka kwiru wan bolo enieno masi and your candidate for the youth, a right candidate, and that is ours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now they have allowed the candidates. They are saying candidates should enter. Candidates should enter with their agents, including journalists. So anytime we are giving you everything, including lawyers, of which there is Council Basarirwa, there are many lawyers like how you've been following. So you are seeing what is in background. You are seeing different officers, gentlemen who are good and they are waiting for one thing. Remember, there is what they have put. They have said that how we should go. I mean, when you are not an agent or candidate, you should go a distance from where they are going to count from. So media houses, for us, we are there. We are broadcasting live. For you, get a phone, get a mobile phone, on your YouTube, put Fatwest TV, you will see everything that is going on. Aya.
When they nini?
Are you sure? They will not. Which I don't sure they will not.
Because the side of presiding officer. I'm the judge.
We can be both.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
This thing is very uncomfortable.
Put it down there.
Because all our discussions are being recorded.
The order was from 45 meters. Just wait for the next order.
Now this is our first
She's now taking me to the
What are your observations? What are your Complete agents for custody today. On rating, that one we are
This one is example he has, you see? This one is
Coming to the witness box. The other will swear to take oath to say nothing but the truth, and if they tell us what is within the box. So you wait there first. What is your religion? Christian. Your name?
Racist.
Jennifer. The other name is? Joktung. Joktung. The next one. You can guide her.
Say, I, Jennifer Choktunji, I, Jennifer Choktunji, swear by the Almighty God, that the evidence I shall give, touching the matter now before this court, it shall be the truth, it shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
No, you come back. Come back. Now, I want to know from you what you do for it. What do you do for it? What do you do for a living?
I work with the Electoral Commission.
Your capacity?
Regional Election Officer.
Since when?
Since June.
As regional officer, what do you do exactly?
I supervise the region of Kampala. So I supervise all the returning officers of the Kampala region to make sure that they deliver.
So you are the regional, as regional election officer. Do you have the region you manage or in the
Kampala region.
So what do you do exactly?
As I say, I supervise the electoral activities as per the roadmap. If you want me to mention, that is the demarcation of the nominations, all election activities.
Yes, do you have an idea about the national youth woman parliamentary elections? Pardon?
Yes, Your Worship.
Did you participate?
Yes, I did.
Capacity? How is that possible when you are the regional officer for Kampala?
It's like an appointment for that particular election.
It's not for that election because you told us you are the regional officer for Kampala.
Yes. But I was appointed to be the returning officer for that particular election.
You are appointed by who?
By the Secretary Electoral Commission.
Are this in writing?
I don't have that.
No, but was this in writing? Your appointment to, pardon? It was a gazette. Okay. Whatever you use comes with the box.
Yes. Apart from the usable materials, the transparent and the basics.
So for this box, what was in the box?
These are the ballot papers. It has a form called accountability.
Ballot papers in which are?
For the candidates.
Yes, how many ballot papers?
450.
There were 450?
Around there.
You're not sure?
Around 450.
Around. So it was not 450 but around. Pardon? Not taking 450. You're here not to tell me your opinions. I need the truth from you.
450.
450? Were they numbered? Were they having serials? Were they flowing with the numbering?
They have serial numbers, and after removing the ballot, the stem remains also in that box.
So serial numbers, we are moving from which number to which number?
I can't mention the
The last numbers. Were they chronological?
Yes.
So each ballot paper has a serial number.
Each ballot paper has serial numbers.
Following
Each booklet has 50 ballot papers.
now, what I want to know is
Yeah, if they read like from 50 to like that until the end.
oh, so it is 50. The next ballot book should have 51. Not 1 to 50, 1 to 50.
It's like from 1 to 50, from 51 to like that.
Like that until 450.
Yes.
So it is not 1 to 50, then another 1 to 50. It's a continuation. And you have said that when you remove a ballot paper, the serial number of that paper remains in the box, sorry, in the ballot book.
The stem which has the cover page and the last
So, in this case, how many ballot books were used? Yes. Or stems? Because you told us each one of them contains 50. So how many stems are used in that language? You're not sure? So if it is 50, 50, 50, 50, we can do the mathematics. If I go by what you're telling me, of the 50, 50, 50, would I be right to say, because 100, those are 2 stems, 200, another 2. So 400, that would be 8, plus another 50, 9. So I would expect 9 ballot books, not around.
stems.
Okay, stems. There would be 9. 9, each of 50, 50. Now, noise. Please minimize on the noise. We need to because when you make noise, we lose focus and attention. Because now my attention is to the noise, not to what I'm doing here. So if 9 stems were used, each stem of 50-50 or containing 50 votes, how many ballot papers remain unused? 10. And that is from number?
I can't.
Unused.
I can't. The last 10?
Because they would follow that order.
Yes.
Okay. What happens to the stems and the unused ballot papers?
They are locked in the box.
They also locked within the box. You have a checklist of these ballot stems. For example, how do I tell that the ballot stems or books that are in the box are the exact ballot books that you picked from the EC? Do you have a checklist? How do you call it? Accountability.
Usually at opening, those were around, we write, they write that the ballot papers that we received were ready from the serial number to the serial number.
So the accountability, you have what you call an accountability book or register.
It's a form.
A form. But I mean, how do I tell, for example, that the books that were used during the elections were from the EC?
Now, at the time of counts of opening the books, the agents are supposed to sign to confirm that.
Okay, precisely. I wanted to know when EC is sending the box, don't they indicate what they have sent?
That's why I said everything is in the books. You have to look everything.
No. Before that, does EC indicate?
You're not supposed to know before that.
What?
You're all supposed to actually, even the returning officer cannot know how the ballot looks like or how many they are until the.
Okay, my take is, after you've opened the box, doesn't the EC put in a checklist for you to say, okay, let me confirm whether ABCD was actually delivered? What is that one called?
It's the same form. It is a form of around 4 pages. As I say, that's about.
Does the form have details or it is you to fill in the details?
It's you to fill in the details. Because usually it's a general form or general election.
So EC does not send a checklist of the details of what has been put in the box?
What they send comes in the box. So you confirm after opening.
So, I want to know, does the EC put in a checklist for you to say, okay, according to the EC, it has delivered these ballot boxes from with these serial numbers?
Count is what they have sent you just all right.
So it has the information?
It does not give any form outside the box.
No. My question is, you have opened the box.
Yes.
Will you find a checklist to say, number 1, these ballot papers or stems from serial number this to that? So you check, do the ballot boxes conform with checklist number 1? Does it happen that way?
Your worship, what you're calling a checklist, you call it accountability of ballot papers.
So, I wanted to know who fills in that accountability. Does it come when it is filled in or you put in the information?
The presiding officer in the presence of the agents.
That's why I'm saying, so in brief, the EC does not give you the details of what they've sent. Real. Or in the box, So there is a checklist in the box. True?
Because when you're calling checklist, but may know it is accountability of
Because you say accountability.
During packing,
Mm.
what if they pack like what if they pack 5 booklets and they have sent 7? That's why you have to write what you have received in the.
No, but I mean when the EC is sending the ballot boxes, for example, the ballot papers, in the box, when you open the box, will you find a document saying we have packed this number of ballot papers ranging from this serial number to that, for example? You only fill in. What do you put on the accountability form? Yes, what do you fill in?
Fill in the serial numbers. Then the rest of the items you just tick.
The serial numbers of what? Pardon?
Of the ballot papers, like it's ranging from this to this, like every booklet is from what to what.
What else?
The rest of it comes with the ink, card, it comes with pens, it comes with screens, whatever it comes with.
How about the
guidelines,
seals? How about the seals?
Everything is there.
So the seals, do you write them on this accountability form? The seals you put on, you will put on the box. Pardon? Pardon?
Not very certain.
You're not certain? You're not sure whether you write the serial numbers of the seals you're going to put on the box on the accountability?
You're supposed to write.
Pardon?
You're supposed to write.
Is it optional or mandatory? It is optional. You said no noise. You're sure it is optional or mandatory?
Because we find that that's accountability to Africa doesn't have.
Okay, but is there a provision on that form? There's no provision on the accountability form to write the serial numbers. Okay, you can put aside your phone. But if you want to clarify on anything, you seek permission from court. Understood? Now I said noise. Let us listen to each other. Because you're going to force me to say all the others move out. Because the ones that are in front of me here are not making the noise.
Your worship, it would be because you never verified the agents. We haven't more than agents yet.
I would have no problem provided they keep the silence. Please be silent.
I think they don't become the
Okay. Now. Is the presiding officer here? That's why he also wanted the presiding officer. That was one of the reasons. But according to you, does it have a provision, the accountability form? Or you're not sure?
That's it. I only wanted to confirm how many booklets were there. Yeah, because I knew it would have been 450 to 500, something like that.
How would you be sure? No, for example, what would you want to help you be sure?
No, I wanted him to tell me where they
I thought we have that information written down.
Yeah, we do.
It is within the box.
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying there's no provision on the accountability form for writing the serial numbers? And you say the same is not mandatory? So in this case, did you write them down or you did not? The serial numbers of, no, at time of closing, did you write down?
At the time of closing, in the presence of the agents and the candidates, it is the presiding officer who closes that box.
So you cannot account for the serial numbers. So why do you put on the seals then if you don't record anywhere?
The box is supposed to be handed over when sealed.
So what is the purpose of sealing? For example,
It's not tampered with. After sealing, you record what you have used to seal.
what you have used to seal?
Yes.
And where do you put it after sealing? Because you've told us all must be in the box.
I am sure those who have what you call DR.
No, my question is,
Declaration of results usually have these serial numbers.
they possess the serial numbers.
We went to them there.
Did you write in the systems? Pardon? You're saying the DR forms have the serial numbers.
Could be having the serial numbers, but what I know, a copy is supposed to be locked in that.
Is it by practice, by discretion, or it is mandatory that you must record the serial numbers? It is by practice.
By practice, because sometimes, just in case a serial number breaks, you still
Then why are serial numbers put on the boxes, for example?
to keep the material safe, since we share this.
No, why would they put a serial number on the seal? For what?
The reason is, if you put the serial number,
Mm.
these serial numbers are supposed to be shared to all the agents and the candidates.
Mm.
Now, in case they change, it means the box has been tampered with.
Mm.
Yes.
So, did you capture the serial numbers after sealing the box?
Yes.
Where do you write them now, for example? For your personal consumption? So your law does not say you capture the serial numbers and put in the same box. Your law is silent on that. But in this case, you know you don't know where the serial numbers are recorded on the DR forms or no?
Not sure.
You're not sure. But is there a provision on the DR form? What else was in the box other than what you've just told me?
Guidelines.
Okay?
Guidelines.
Guidelines. Okay. What else?
The seals that were used to transport the books.
The sales.
That were used to transport the books.
Are they in chronological order with the ones that were put on the box?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes, so.
Chronological order, I mean
Yes, following
each other.
much as not a must.
They should be in chronological order. Meaning that, for example, if the ones that brought the box were 1, 2, 3, these ones should be 4, 5, 6.
No.
What do you mean by chronological order?
Which came with it were like 44, 45.
Exactly, that's what I mean. I was giving an example.
Not exactly like what is on the top.
Repeat yourself.
I said it's not exactly.
But it should be.
But it should be within the same range. Because what happens, these series they come when it's a batch. So it depends on where you're picking from the start or from the end. But at least they are within that range.
They must be within the same range. So the serial numbers that go to the box and the ones on the box must be within the same range.
No, I am saying the ones which come on the box must be within the same range, and the ones which lock must be within the same range.
Oh.
Because you cannot have a seal which is like 60, and then you have a seal which is like 100. It must be within the range.
The seal should be in the same range. The ones that sealed and those that. What else do you put in the box?
All the used and unused photographs are there.
Pardon?
The used and unused. That's the appointment letters of the agents.
What else? During voting, how are these ballot papers issued out? Because you told us papers are ready from, say, 1, I'm using that example, to 450 or 400 or 500. When you're plucking out, what is the process? You have guidelines. Is it in the guidelines? It is in the guidelines. Because you have guidelines. Is it there? Or now you pluck out the ballot papers? Pardon? It is not. So
There's no law which says you have to give the first couplet, the second couplet, but now on trainings we teach them to make sure exactly the first one is done, then you get the second one.
by
So
training.
Sure.
Mm.
The last 10 which were not used are actually the last.
The ones that were not used are in the last booklet. So you train your officers to do that. By that you mean the presiding officers. Okay. Thank you, Council. I can give you a minute or two if you have any questions for her. Anybody interested? A few minutes, around 2, not more than 5. If you have them. If you don't, move to the next level. Wait. Pardon?
This particular witness. There is not to be competent enough to speak to the issues of this court. She's been very useful in providing what I call table information. But if you are to follow the guidance you gave on what amounts to tampering with your own guidance, with this respect, this particular witness may not be very true. Because, and rightly so, the way I have fair her, so many times she didn't consult the presiding officer.
Pardon? Did what? What? Repeat for me. Some
Yes. So often in time, I think she needed to consult the presiding officer on particular pieces of information. So unless maybe your honor, you put it to her, whether she is competent to talk about the process and the contents herein.
That's why I requested if you have any questions, take it. But I will give you 3 minutes strictly. 3 minutes.
Your Honor, one, the law talks about the report book, section 69 of the Electoral Commissions Act. The report book is supposed to be one of the documents put in the box. Okay? So I wanted to find out from you what is contained in the report book. What information is contained in the report book?
The report is also a report, which is also inside there. It reports everything that happened in that whole day. That's why I said whatever information you need.
So the report book is general.
Maybe he's asking what information is in the report book.
Yes.
Any idea?
That's why I said it reports. It gives us an insight. The materials and everything contained. The waiting is the report. And it comes to the report. And after calling back, those are the other things that we can do.
The other thing to report. The report. Your Honor, maybe also to clarify. You will be talking about an accountability report. Is it different from the report book? And you said it is finished.
But you try to be loud enough. I want to hear you.
I said yes.
Is it you who finished it?
The presiding officer, in the presence of the
That is which book is that you're talking about? The report book or the accountability?
Talk about the report.
Yeah?
Talk about the report and asking who handles this. I said it's the
Presiding officer.
In the presence of the
Yes.
Sorry?
Also have what we call the 10 witnesses.
Yes.
Those are the people who are supposed to be around at the time of prosecution. And they feel also that.
But you speak loud. I want to hear you. You're supposed to speak to court.
I'm telling you, we have no forms in here.
Yeah.
We also have a form of 10 witnesses. Who were around, the 10 witnesses. Who were around at the time of opening this box. Where they feel understand that form is still there.
Okay, Council, 1 minute to go.
No, that's it.
Now maybe before they come in, I want to know from you, who fills in the accountability form? Not you. Now, as far as this box is concerned, what is your role for that box?
My role?
Yes.
As
a returning officer? Yes.
I am the custodian of the box. The law says the returning officer will keep that box for 6 months. So it's supposed to be my custody for 6 months.
So you was basically custody alone?
No, but I am the one who supervises the whole process.
But you did not sign on any documents in the box?
The only document that I sign on is the declaration of results and other things after the book. That's transmission of results.
Okay, Council, you can come in. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Okay. Now, Madam Returning Officer, you work in Kampala, election the whole held in Hoima. You're supposed to go with the books. So where has been the books for this time?
This is a national election. So being national, the box has been in Kampala
under the street of?
This security.
Where exactly Kampala?
In Kampala, said office. What's the national?
EC offices.
Yes.
Eh?
What was this book's transported from London?
Pardon?
Sir, what was this book transported to you?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Today.
When did you vote for Kampala?
After polling.
Pardon?
That's when it gets going on Kampala. We said after polling.
After polling. That is, to be specific, that is on 6th of February.
Yes.
It's a testimony that ever since it was never returned to Hoima until today.
It's at the time we had votes.
At time of when?
When we had votes, we had to come with it. And we had to go back to the back.
So that was on 13th, last week, on Friday. Council, I said 3 minutes. Now maybe I also want to know, when we were signing for the box from the EC office here, we signed that document. You retained a copy, I retained a copy. What happened when you were signing it from Kampala? How did you sign for it? A book. You signed the other side. Council, any questions? No, I'm done with you. Benny? Please go ahead.
Joseph, I only have one question.
Go ahead.
It stems from the court's question about the recording of the closing seals. And the question from the court was that when you record them, you say you can record them on paper and what. My question is, the closing seals, are they written in the
accountability form, ballot paper accountability form. They're supposed to be there. So,
okay, now, Council, now she's talking in general terms. They are supposed to be there. Where they retained.
As I say, since the presiding officer who writes, I
Can you
cannot
tell?
fully say they were written.
Okay. Okay, can go on.
Now, what happens, I'm just giving a scenario. After you have recorded in the form, and then you have locked 2 or 3, and then in locking the third one, it breaks. What happens? Do you break again the 2 and then go back and change?
No, you don't break the 2, but you can replace.
So you can replace. So that means...
Just a little bit, repeat that for me.
But Your Worship, my question was, if you, in the event, I'm not talking about this box, in the event that a presiding officer, returning officer, or any officer records in the accountability form, ballot paper accountability form,
yes,
the closing seals. My understanding of that is that at that point the box is not closed because you need to put back the form.
Yes.
So if you lock 2 seals, and then unlocking the third one, it breaks or it's faulty, what happens?
Usually, the Election Commission will provide an extra seal in case it's broken. And you also write that the seal.
On the accountability form.
No, because the accountability is already inside. It's already locked there.
Oh.
He's saying the 2 seals are already locked, but it's not the one which is broken.
So
For your own information, when you look at that box, if one seal breaks, you cannot open that box.
You can't open it again.
You can't.
But then you have to replace that seal because you need to put 3 seals. So in such a scenario, I will find that whereas one closing seal exists on the box, it does not appear in the accountability form. Because you can, that can be possible.
Yes, because one seal cannot make this box get open.
Pardon?
One seal, breaking one seal cannot make this box get open. If one seal breaks, you have to open the seals. You have to break all that to be able to open the seals.
So just for clarity, where one becomes faulty and you have 2, you only replace, but you don't break again, go back to change.
No, you don't break.
So there are instances where you can find that the closing seals do not match the ones that were included in the accountability, ballot paper accountability form.
Okay.
I am also obliged to your
Okay, now, in respect to the same, I want to know.
But let me put it very clear. It also in case a seal breaks. But now, there is no way, under normal circumstances, the 3 seals can break. Because usually the seal breaks during like transportation.
Okay, now,
handle it back.
to clear the air, we want to know, as for this box, did any seal break?
No,
Has
this
any
is
seal
a seal
replaced?
that-
So, and when I will get to my ruling, we start the exercise. Anybody who wants to make a remark off record? I want us to interpret my ruling. We commence.
1 minute.
You have a question?
It's not a question. But you
Off
say
record.
a remark off record. My remark goes to the agents, candidates, and all those who participate in elections. It is very important to take the seals in the presence of other people at the beginning. And even very important to take record of the seals and even let other people around know that you have noted those seals. It is important. Because it helps in the chronology of the process.
Maybe I would also ask her. your role was to supervise. Was that done? They recorded the seals on the accountability form.
Yes.
They were recorded.
Yes,
The ones on top.
Yes.
Off record now. I'll give you a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll give you a minute. You can speak.
Yeah, since the returning officer confirms that the seals will be recorded, for purposes of finality of this matter, do we share that information of the recorded seals?
Pardon? Could we?
She has confirmed that these seals
We are recorded.
recorded.
Yes.
Okay. Can we be agreed with that recording of the?
No, she said it's only the accountability form which is within the box.
Okay, fine.
So going by my ruling, what comes first? We need to verify. Let me get there. Maybe somebody can help me with the account. We have a copy here. Yes. No, you retain yours. Let me look at mine. I have a copy here. So, the first checklist was to confirm whether so my first checklist, or what I'm calling temporary, is that we confirm that the ballot box itself has not been cut or replaced, or that the seals have not been cut or replaced. First checklist, the ballot box. Any problem with the ballot box?
Your worship, the seals we have found today, they are
No.
not broken. We have confirmed at the time, but for today, the seals are intact. For today.
So on our checklist, we are saying the ballot box is not broken.
Yes.
And we have no evidence it has been replaced.
Yes.
You know, yes. The seals are also not broken.
Your Honor, I think we have been.
Yeah, now you see, we are moving on. First and foremost to the external. Then we get into the
Yes, and the external first.
External.
Your Honor, we have evidence that these seals here, we are not the seals at the time.
Which evidence do you have?
Our agents who were at the site recorded. There is video evidence, and you know, fortunately, the returning officer, in her own words, has said you can record using a phone, you can record on paper, you can use any other method of recording. Your Honor, our agents who were present at the time of sealing have confirmed that there is video evidence that these seals here on these boxes are not the seals that we are using that day. And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, and I beg to go on record on this, Your Honor, the seals on voting day, Your Honor, the serial numbers were 35, 50, 601. It was the first seal. The second serial number was 35, 50, 602. The third serial number was 35, 50, 603. And you know she did confirm that they flow chronologically. Your Honor, the seals here on this ballot box, one, they don't flow chronologically. But two, they are very different from what our record has. What is on these new seals? Your Honor, we have 23, 14, 267. The second serial number is 23, 14, 268. And Your Honor, the third, and one is skipped. You remember the returning officer said they follow chronologically. From 68, they go to 70. These seals here. And that one is 23, 14, 27, 0. There is no 69. At the time of sealing, they were flowing.
You want me to put you on record?
Yes, Your Honor, I want to give you a report. Yes, because these seals here are very different from the seals on that day.
I understand the court has brought the checklist. There are matters that can be raised at this stage, but which can be verifiable once perhaps the box is open according to her statement.
In, out.
My proposal to the court would be on how we proceed that each side can note down, for example, how the checklist has been violated for completeness sake. Then, once the box is open, they can continue adding. If it's verified by what is in the content, then the party can either choose to continue raising or otherwise we are risking to litigate in speculation. For example, someone can say, these seals are not the same. But then you open inside and you find they are the same. My proposal, Your Worship, would be, for purposes of completeness and to avoid litigating in speculation, the first respondent now can note that we have grievance number 1. Then we go ahead. They can even mention and say, Your Worship, your checklist, this, we have an objection. Then we go to the second. This checklist, we have an objection. We continue like that. Then at the end, each party is given an opportunity to substantiate and bring evidence of what their objection is. But if we continue to say, well, let's deal with, what could happen, we are now becoming hypothetical and it's becoming a mood.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
wait for many.
Fortunately, I wish this was a court of record. I wish. Because you are setting a very good precedent in terms of what tampering means. I wish it was a court of record. But be that as it may, you are setting a procedure that perhaps even superior courts will be able to adopt. Your Honor, what we are raising, if it is proved to the satisfaction of court, may not even necessitate us opening these boxes. No. It may not.
Okay.
Your Honor. So I beg to go on record.
Yes.
I'm going to put you on record.
Yes.
But I mean, because definitely I put you on record like I had guided in my ruling. That any party with an objection, they raise the objection immediately. The other party makes a reply, a rejoinder, then I make my ruling over the same. That is the other way. But again, I'm also buying his idea of saying, we raise all the objections, and now remember, we shall not count unless a ruling is made on all the objections. You get me? So his mind was, let us note, we first go on with the checklist, and after it is completed, before even we start to say, this person voted these votes, the other person voted the other votes, which is now the physical counting of votes belonging to the candidates. We now, you submit on the objections, they make their responses, and at that point, court will make a ruling on whether we should now go on now to count the physical counting of votes for each candidate. I don't know. Because it would mean, even at that point, court has not determined who has won, but basically we are on the checklist.
Because, Your Honor, you see, any simple single tampering
Exactly.
is enough to invalidate a recount. Any single.
Because you see, Counsel, I'll be fair with you, in my ruling that I was going to make over this, you raised, I was going to insist, because you see, it is evidence from Counsel, for example, that the seals were tampered with.
I indicated the source, Your Honor. I indicated the source.
Okay.
Yes. It is not.
I appreciate that, but at the same time, I was still going to insist for me to make a proper ruling on the same, how I wish I got inside. But the beauty is, like I'm saying, I will not make any ruling to start counting the votes to get to know who got what before we have done fully a check on what I made as a checklist. I will not. And I'll give parties opportunity to raise all the objections. We also make a response where necessary. Then I'll make a ruling before. Because you see, my point is, you never know what is missing in the box. It may even be worse than what you're looking about. You get me? So it may be a combination of factors that you will submit a code in a wholesome manner.
Then go inside.
You see, Your Honor,
About that.
if in the process of scrutinizing this ballot box, it was proved that seals were tampered with, this court will not proceed.
Definitely I will not proceed.
Because that's the position of the law.
How do I make a ruling on whether the seals were tampered with or not at this time? Because, for example, I would want first and foremost look at the accountability record. Is it authentic or no? For example, to compare and contrast. You get me? That's why I'm saying there are many factors that will come up on the checklist. We shall resolve all these factors before we declare to count votes for each candidate.
Maybe the only thing we can, Your Worship can adopt your procedure, but what we are saying, first note that objection we have, then we continue. We don't have to argue it. You note it,
No,
but you need to raise
for
it.
example, a year where that if you looked and through the accountability register, you may want to supplement that kind of your objection. Is it possible?
Okay.
That if you looked at the accountability register,
Yes.
maybe you'd want to corroborate it.
What we are saying now, we are highlighting. We are not.
No, the
We are not
thing is,
arguing.
like I'm saying, I'm going to put all of you on record, all the issues you're going to raise, and I'll make a ruling over them before we count to say this one, what's the other one, the other one.
Okay.
Is that okay? You can just put a star to say, but you just keep noting your objections. So, the first was whether, because remember, I talked of the box being cut or replaced, and we are saying, from the looks of the box, we don't see that.
Replacing, we have no evidence.
Exactly, that's why I'm saying by the look of the box, we don't have that evidence. Now, when it gets to the seals, we are saying the seals are, the ones we have here, record, they are intact.
Yes.
So, we are now going to go to what is inside the box. And when we get to inside of the box, we are going to first do the following. We need to first and foremost ensure that the ballot box, in that case I meant okay, that is item 2. My item 3 was now when we open this, we are going to first and foremost merge the details on the accountability form vis-a-vis the details we see on the box. Then we again match details of the accountability on the accountability form vis-a-vis now with the ballot box. So we are now going to open the box. Is that okay?
It's okay.
RO, how would you remove these cells? Do they cut? Yes. We need a knife. I saw my OS around here. Are you around? You get us a knife. So as we are bringing the knife, we are going to use the accountability register to compare and contrast the cells, to compare and contrast the ballot box that were used in the voting process. Are they matching or no? Then after that, we shall look into the ballot papers vis-a-vis the books. Are the serial numbers on the ballot papers matching with the serial numbers in the books? Then from there we shall do the counting of all of them to confirm, are they exactly the number of those who voted or no? So we are going to follow that hierarchy, and we shall get there. Actually, I think number one on the item should be cross-checking whether the report book, you call it a report book? Pardon? Yes. We want to match the details in the report book vis-a-vis the accountability book. That is where we are going to start from. Go ahead and cut the cells for us.
Give it her, she knows better. Yeah, either lose or the money is spilled in cutting seals.
Now you cut this one from me as well. You can give me the seals. So we are going to open the box. You come and help me. Open the box. No.
Taken away.
You open. No, open this box.
I think there are these things.
Can we first look at the accountability register? Pull out the accountability register. Will you help us? Pull out all the documents.
Let her do so.
Returning officer.
Let her do her work now.
Okay. You
But you
help
know
us.
better. You know better than I.
Can help us. We want to look at the accountability form as well as the report. Now, members, let us try to listen to each other. First match, the information on the report book vis-a-vis the accountability register. So you get us the report book and the accountability register.
But the lawyers are there. The lawyers are here. Please, the lawyers are here.
So you get us the report book and the accountability register. I'm going to give all of you opportunity to look at it.
I think we can retain our seats.
Yeah, you exactly, retain your seats. Yeah. I'm going to give to council here and council the other side.
Also standing is
Yeah, okay, standing is also helping.
It's even better the box to be placed there.
Up there?
Yes. But now it's the wrong stuff in the paper inside.
My ruling, I had recommended the other members of the public 5 meters away. That was my recommendation. Save for the
lawyers.
Exactly. RO item 21, I see accountability of ballot papers, form ABP for parliamentary elections. What is that? Item 21?
This is ABP, that is
It is this one. Pardon?
Yes.
Okay. Then, how about this too?
Where did you get this?
What is it?
It was part of the application.
Item number. What is item 2? Pardon? Pardon? Is the same with this one?
Which is which we were given.
Let's look at the
Okay.
As you look for that, there is another item I've seen here. Item 29, the biometric voter verification system. But not used. Then when you look at this, what is the meaning of this? 050. At 450. Okay. So here it shows 8. Here it shows 8. You just get me a piece of paper. So here you're saying it is 8.
and inside there 9.
And this one here? The ones that we are not used. 441? There was no invalid, no spoil.
There was one.
So only one person did not vote.
When they say spoiled, this is one that was spoiled.
I mean, these are valid votes.
Yes.
How many delegates were in? No idea? Total number of delegates?
Yes, that you suppose is 3 per district.
Let's have a look at one district.
3 per district.
Okay. I have looked at these forms. The others can look at them. Look at them, then you pass over to the other team also. I would also invite you during the same process. You can also appreciate. Okay, let us listen to each other. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. You'll be timing for me time. Look at the time. 5 minutes from now.
Can you put your pen away? Just put your pen away.
Big series for the agent for all these members. Big series for the parents on first recognition, security series for the recognition.
So they are three.
Security series for the recognition.
They are three.
The issue was here. Ballot paper and bread.
You can pass over.
Have you finished? Please, we are getting confused and we are not doing what is supposed to be.
What was needed here? It's just the ballot box.
How many?
One and then the other. Yes.
You have 1 minute left.
Serial numbers. And the ballots which are appended.
So you know that, yeah?
One of the security officers maybe stand here and observe what we are doing.
Council, 1 minute left.
This is official.
But apparently there are no witnesses. There are no witnesses at the confidential. And apparently there are no witnesses for. There are no witnesses for the type of hearing.
They are here.
Now, where is the problem? Huh? Pardon?
They won't come and gather here.
We need some breathing space, eh? Because I had recommended 5 meters away. Okay. Council, you pass over to the other party? Yes, you pass over the document. Yes. I had not said so for pictures, please don't. But pass over the documents.
Okay.
No taking of pictures, pass over the documents to...
Okay, fine.
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Yes, I have noted it.
Some should also numbers recorded.
Where do we get that?
How many days we do? You can get them.
What?
So, therefore, from four
You do the mathematics and tell me right.
Plus 4. How to use a calculator? 442. So where do we get the 442? 442. 4 evidence and a plus 5. Plus 5. Yeah, 442. Okay. 447. Evidence. Sorry. 1 P TV delegates magistrate. Finals 1
2 minutes left. 146 districts. Brings us to 438. That's 5, which takes us to guys. So there's 5 delegates from 4 delegates from Mensa, 1 to 3 delegates from Northland, 438 plus 1 is 440. And here is only 440. Okay. Now, only 2. All come closer. You told us that the serial numbers of the books were recorded on the accountability register. Can you show us?
But when you ask, they say there's no space where they say it's last, but they should have been coded. Because when you had this form, the person did not err in any way because there is no gap.
No space.
No space. But it was there.
How about the accountability form? So there is no form where they write serial numbers. So for serial numbers, there's no form about serial numbers. Now our third area is we want to merge the ballot books with serial numbers on the report book and accountability form. Okay, get me the books. From the first one.
I beg your pardon, we are matching.
We are matching the serial numbers on the books, the ballot books that we are using, vis-a-vis the serial numbers registered on the accountability form of the same books. Show me the first one.
Who is he? That's our agent. Get our agent something.
officers, you help minimize on the noise. Okay, so I'm going to give parties the accountability of ballot papers showing the serial numbers and the ballot books or stems. How many minutes? Should I consider 5 stems? Minimum.
With that limitation, we may not do the work. We may fail to do the work because of the limitation in time.
How much time do you
Yet
need?
we are supposed to verify. Let it be 7.
Okay, 7. Time is 7.
7 is okay. First question.
And here, they are 8.
Here they are 8.
So they will done
Both 8 will not fit in this. That shows that the film was this one first. Yes, what? They are ballot papers having similar serial numbers.
from 0 to 50.
Similar serial numbers.
0 to 50.
So meaning this ballot book had more than 50.
More than 50?
Right now it has more than 50 because there are two numbers which are repetitive.
How many are they?
Let me count them again.
You get the repetitive numbers.
35.
Where are the other ballot papers? Sorry, I want.
They're here.
We cannot see what's going on.
You have time you are going to do it, don't worry. It's our time to verify. It's our time to verify. You are going to, your time will come up.
Removing the box does not stop you from verifying. 82.
Very cantankerous. You record about everything. Even in the presence of all these cameras, you like to follow him all the time.
Focus on your verification. Focus on your verification.
I mean, I repeat it.
35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 49, 50, 31,
34 is repetitive. This one is done. Let's get to the second one. Let's check one by one. Let's look at the others.
Now you go to the next one.
This is the second one, which is 100.
0 to 100. 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. This is 88. And that's 87. That's 89, 90, 91, 92.
97.
Sure.
Which number is
which is the next one? 0 to 1.
Go to
101.
Skips from 153 to 167. Ballot. That is a difference of how many ballots.
They're there now.
The ones you're querying, you pass them here. Okay, sure.
But we shall also wonder why are they not in order. It's okay.
So, Your Worship, with this verification, we have to adjust time because it requires verification may be bigger than what we expected.
from this to this, I will take up. And I will pass the technical 1 to 15. So,
85, 86,
199. It's that one. So this one. Do we have credits? Just this second credit. Then this. You have credit in this one?
What's the next one?
No, that one is okay.
What's the next one? This one.
Look, the ones here, the ones that we are checking.
200.
200. 200. Bring 200. 200.
The young eyes have better, the young kids have better eyes than us. Else you can see a number of the velocity.
So that was
At 200 them oil, 200 them oil.
yeah, this is 251.
Because after here we shall handle that.
You need to use your mind.
Time is fine. we said after, don't leave them folded like this. How many missing? Only 158.
Is it okay? To check out one extra.
One extra here? Yes. One extra. Then this one.
150.
This one, is it okay?
Yes.
So you're done?
Yes, Your Worship.
Okay, where is the accountability? So you can also appreciate that. 7 minutes.
want to confirm, since they are electoral commission ballot boxes, what happens with us with that QR code that is there? Since they are electoral commission ballot boxes, we need 15 outcomes. Outcome that is so can we be able to scan that QR code to show something test? No, 151.
So this one here is an information application. So one. Rather than one.
Yes, we are done.
You're through?
Yes.
You're done? So, confirm arrangement.
Making it a total. 51 ballots, excess by 1. Now, when you come down here, 4, there remain only a bit. Okay, that means there are 2 ballots with a serial number of 54. Now, when you come here, these numbers were initially thought to do not exist. They exist, but they are not in chronology. However, 165 to 169,
Now,
those
we are
ballots
going
are not
to
here.
the final segment of my verification, and that is matching the serial numbers on the ballot papers vis-a-vis the serial numbers in, no, actually, that is the second last on these books.
We are matching the serial numbers on ballot papers.
Vis-a-vis the serial numbers on these books we just inspected right now.
Your Worship, my proposal that we first count the ballot papers we are going to match. Yeah, because you can't match what you don't know is a number.
Because I thought by matching, still
No, we have, we have count, what I'm saying is that
First count.
we count the ballot papers and look at their numbers. Then we know that we are matching, for example, 500 ballot papers.
Still it is the same, because that was going to be my last item. There is no
Because
problem.
if there is any contention in between, we might lose the count.
Any problem with that?
No, no, because in the packaging is according for a candidate. So you first.
Okay. Now, I got my people here to help me.
But now,
I don't know how we are doing tax. Is it per candidate or per candidate?
It's not counting. It's
matching.
for next.
And can you get me the deal account?
Your Honor, just to be clear, in your guidance you said the issue of counting will be the
No.
fine.
No. Now what we are doing here, we just want to know the number of all of those who voted. Was that your point?
Yes, but my point.
Because at this time we're not going to determine who got what.
but how would we determine? Because you see, Your Worship, the packaging, they get for one candidate, put a rubber band. One candidate rubber band. So by us counting, that verification now
is
will be completion of counting.
Is in effect will be completion of
Okay, now.
Your Worship, if I may. You see, we need to also preserve the manner in which we found the box. By noting that we found it like this, but then when we verified, we were able to discuss this. Matching those serial numbers presupposes that we dismantle their order.
Okay, now.
And that's my proposal, that
I get you.
we maintain their order the way they are. We maintain them in the rubber bands the way they are, but we count them and record. Then afterwards, because I have seen like some of the objections to be raised, then afterwards, we now start matching those numbers. Otherwise, if in the middle of matching the numbers, we start having disparities, then we shall start pulling those votes out before we count them. Because now we need to know what are we dealing with.
Now, if I may take another direction of similar to yours, we can decide to get a bunch of each candidate. We match the serial numbers. Then we tie it up again. We get another candidate, we match the serial numbers, and after we tie it and put it back again.
But again, Your Worship,
in effect, you will be doing the recount.
Your Worship,
just a little bit. Let one pass.
Because to me, what I would understand is that today the reason you're going for this, you are saying you are not satisfied with what was done by the returning officers. So the rubber bands may not be necessary this time, are they?
Either way, they have no problem.
Because the purpose of the recount. If I may suggest, we shouldn't lose the sight of the applicant's contention. Because the contention is that in a ban purported to be over there, first response.
No, that is out to Your Worship.
Okay, let me first explain. Explaining does not change anything. Why? So, the contention is if you presume that this bundle has ballot papers for so and so, that would be wrong.
That's how it's supposed to be.
For me, my proposal would be, already they have noted down, and we have also noted that some of the serial numbers are repeated.
Members, let us listen to each other.
So we shall match them. So, Your Worship, me I would propose, we pick a bundle and look at the serial number. If you want, we can first look at the serial number, and then, Your Worship, now, you sort them by putting it where, according to the ballot, it belongs. You record the serial number, then you also look at the ballot and say this is for the applicant. You will have taken the number and the right side where it belongs. You look at the second one, record the serial numbers, it's the same thing. You look at it, if it's invalid, you put it where it belongs. Then now, at the last, it will be easy for any person who has noted down that to match what is in the accountability paper. Otherwise, if we simply write the numbers and say this bundle is for the first applicant, that would be wrong.
You see, Your Worship, our contention is that at this stage, it's prudent that if the objections be raised, before we go into the bundles, they be raised. Because the step we are going to take up next right now amounts to actual counting. Yes. So if it is actual counting, the objection be raised at this moment. Be raised before you go to figures.
Just one bit. Maybe some of us might have some education on election. What is saying? Yeah, you might have. What we are suggesting here is that, you see, in a recount, the court is going to make a certificate after all this and say this is the certificate I am issuing. So saying that we are sorting this does not mean that whatever is found there is final. Now the court will issue a certificate. Before issuing a certificate, the court will listen to your grievances and say this is what we have found in the box. Your Worship, my point here is that let's first get the full facts of the box as lawyers. And we know this is what is in the box. Then at the end, before the court issues a certificate of recount, we all stand and say, when we are looking at the box, these were the facts. And our argument is A, B, C, D. Our argument is
okay,
A,
I've taken note of that. Now what we are going to do?
Your Honor, maybe to my understanding of your guidance is that the attempt to match ballot papers with the serial numbers and the like is really at the tail end of this process. Number two, when my learned brother talks about a certificate of recount, he's making an assumption that actually the court will proceed to recount. Your Honor, we have the strong opinion we submit at this point in time
now
that there are grounds not to proceed with this process.
Okay, now my take is...
Yes, there are grounds not to proceed with this process.
We have not yet reached there.
No, we're talking about what amounts to tampering.
We examine the books for tampering purposes.
What amounts to tampering?
Okay.
Yes.
Now to me, my take is going to be this. We are going to follow this procedure because I had laid it down in my ruling. What we are going to do before raising the points of law or your POs, I want us to first match the serial numbers with each ballot paper with this box. Before accounting.
Do you see, Your Honor, there is also a fundamental problem with due respect.
No, we are going to get there because the beauty of this is before we do the final count, I want us to match. After matching, even before knowing who has gotten what, the final verification is going to be knowing the total number of votes we have. Then there, I will allow parties to raise their points of law or their issues before we now get to know who has gotten what.
Your Honor,
that is what I had in mind.
We want to submit that even at this point in time, from what has been discovered, it is not even necessary to do
There is no
that.
problem. Mine is
Because it is very apparent.
No, you will get there, counsel. At least my word is this.
But you are the one who
you read my ruling. Let us support my ruling.
So if at this point in time there is evidence of tampering, do we really proceed with this? That's the issue. Eh?
Your Honor, one counsel for the applicant says if court grants a recount.
No, I'm not yet going to recount.
But the recount has not yet taken
Not
place.
yet.
Now, the other side is worried about knowing the scores of each candidate in the process.
And I have said,
I'm going to
okay, finish up.
in the process of identifying the serial numbers. What I would submit, that if you can convince these parties that you are only going to say that serial number 51 is here, serial number 52 is here, serial number 53 is here, serial number 55 is here.
Exactly, without
you mentioning.
That is what
or
I
even
intend
saying
to do.
a bundle.
Exactly. I have no problem with not mentioning a bundle and not attributing any ballot paper to any of.
And I think that will settle.
That is what I want to do.
And that will settle.
Yes. Council, that's what we are going to do. We are going to compare without attributing any vote.
You are going to do it, but under our protest. Because you see, Your Honor, what you seek to compare, we have evidence that is already a forgery.
No, there is no problem. You will get
we have evidence. So
you will make your submission.
What you want to is already a forgery.
You will make submission.
We've been able to show that if given an opportunity at this point in time, we can prove to this court that there is no relationship between what is on these sheets and what is actually on those.
Fine, we shall get there. You will be given the opportunity. But in my wisdom as court, we are going to match.
No, Your Worship, we are looking at past similar instances. When God told us that we look at the video later, later we know how things ended.
Exactly. Yes.
So, with the past president, we are scared that we may end up reaching there.
Objections is included in the ruling. And you have
No.
affirmed that before the decision to recount is done, you are going to raise your objections.
You know, you're looking at past similar presidents.
Okay, I'm now making a ruling over the same.
There is a precedent that injured us, but we agreed.
Council, I'm going to make a ruling. And my simple ruling is, let us verify, or we are going to verify, without attributing a vote to a particular candidate. For avoidance of doubt, we are going to put all these ballot papers together without saying this heap is for a candidate. After the verification, you get me? Then I will allow parties make submissions.
You see, Your Honor, I don't know whether.
Council, I've made my ruling over that. Let us not debate it. I've made a ruling. We are going to. Pardon?
But there is a matter.
I've made a ruling.
But there is a matter of law that you overlook in Your Honor.
Council, now I've made my ruling.
There is a matter of law that you overlook.
I've made a ruling over the same. Another matter, the certified party can apply for revision, but I'm going to verify serial numbers without attributing any to anybody. After that process, Council, you will make your submissions on the points of law. That is my one. Before we establish who has got what votes.
What you want to verify is a forgery.
My prayer both in law and in Christ is not to
members, let us listen to each other.
Is not to lose how we
members, what is wrong with you?
What has she done? What has she done?
Okay, now.
Stop it.
Now.
Get out. Where is the person I was talking to?
No, excuse me. We need sanity here.
If you're biased.
Okay, Afande, you take her out. Take her out. Afande, you take her out. Take her out. Afande, don't.
Afande, don't be barbaric. Don't be barbaric. No. Let her not be barbaric. You don't beat the people.
Okay, members, sanity, code. Members, sanity in court. Members, let us listen to each other. Okay. So, we are going to verify. We are going to do the verification. Yes, go ahead.
My proposal to the colleagues and the court is that all of us, we are interested in how we have found the box. Because what you would be...
Members will listen to each other.
But can you people listen? Your worship, you see, following your knowledge,
members will listen to each other.
You might find that what one would want to use as evidence of tampering, if you try to verify one first, you might find either you're destroying evidence of the other, or you're making it complicated. For me, the objective I would propose to the court is that in doing whatever we are doing, we try in as much as possible to follow how we have found the box. For example, the court is going to match without attributing the candidate. But we are going to find from her those ballot papers in bundles with their rubber bands tied. My proposal would be we do that without unbundling that bundle. Otherwise, if you just unbundle, you are looking for something else, but you're not looking at what you have found in
okay,
the box.
Maybe the challenge with
No, actually, you're actually by the way. You see, my land brother wants us to follow his application, not the ruling of court.
And I'm saying,
the ruling of court is different from your application.
What was my ruling?
The ruling, okay, you said you are going to verify serial numbers.
Exactly.
It's not going by his saying in this bundle
I was going to respond. What we are going to do to avoid the members
but then before we go there,
we are going to untie these votes, mix them together.
Before we go there,
our role is to verify the serial numbers, and that is all.
Your Honor,
with the due respect, if you do that, then we must count whatever.
With the due respect, Your Honor, the moment you do that,
we have already counted.
You will be counting. What does the law say, Your Honor? Candidates' ballot papers are tied together.
Under Section 69.
Okay? The moment you untie and begin putting them together and begin matching serial numbers, in effect, you have begun the recount.
No, to me, that's not my reason.
Because that is what...
No, that is not my... I want to confirm. I'm going to go on with the process. Because at least I've told you, and that was my ruling, and I told you I will abide by it. In my ruling, I clearly stated I would take you there.
Turning officer, what are you doing
now,
in the box?
Item 4 words of my ruling.
The box,
I want to find out whether under one of the areas of tampering was where the serial numbers appearing on each ballot paper does not match the serial numbers of the ballot book where the ballots were removed. Precisely, serial numbers on all ballot papers must match the serial numbers of each ballot paper from the book. The same was removed. Then finally, where the used ballot papers in the box are more than the number of the votes or the voters who actually voted. So I'm left with 2 items to do. Then I hear from the parties, and one of them is only matching the serial numbers. Without what I'm going to do, because once we hold a bundle for each candidate, then basically people can speculate on the numbers. But mine is, we are going to remove the rubber bands, we put them together. Ours is verification of the serial number. Without mentioning, this vote belongs to X, Y, or Z. No.
You see, Your Honor, it is possible to match forgeries.
No, I have no problem.
So
and I'm
what
saying,
you are trying to do,
Council, I'm saying, after my checklist, I'm going to allow parties make submissions. Before, because now that is not the tallying. For example, let me ask Council, if we did the verification and after that we made submissions, can the verification still was got what? Because I'm not saying any figures. I'm not mentioning any figures for anybody that X got these votes, Y got the other votes. No. Mine is to say, do the serial numbers match?
yes.
Basically, are you going to get to the time?
Yes, and I'm saying it is possible to match forgeries.
I have no problem. You will make submission.
Yes, there's also another aspect. The arrangement of the ballot papers might not necessarily follow the arrangement in the booklet system.
I have no problem with that. Ours is we are going to match.
That one?
We find safe, we've started with number 5, we look out for number 5. Yes. We start with, say we get 6, we look out for 6, until all of them are matched. If we are any left after the matching, then we get to know how many. You get me? So we are moving on with the process. So I'm going to use my court clerk. Pardon?
Your Honor, I was a suggestion that maybe you can just mention and write a number.
The serial number?
Yes.
For all the 400?
Yes. Yes. Then we shall be able to match.
No, my point was, I make use of my clerk and the office supervisor to do the matching for me. But here, when all of us are watching,
we can clear the table. We can clear the table and do the matching.
Yes, that's what I intend to do. You're free to watch, but we are going to match from here. Without, even if you start tallying yourselves, court has not tallied, it would be as useless as that. You get me? That is what I have in mind. That even if anybody is tallying, that is not the court tally. No.
You see,
I will, for the applicant will abide by your ruling. But
mine is to only match the serial number. But then after you make submission.
Just if the court may hear me out. Remember still that the primary source of this exercise and the numerical point that we already made is that the applicant's votes were attributed as those of the first respondent. Now, still the issue of looking at where does this vote belong is important. As you match
now,
the serial number.
My challenge there is some members here may interpret the same to mean we are now doing the physical counting to ascertain what each candidate called, and my understanding was we shall only get there after, say, we are sure there was no tampering. Because now that is the actual counting. But remember, he conditioned it to tampering. So we are still establishing, was the box tampered with or not. And in one of the items I raised was verification of each ballot paper vis-a-vis the ballot books or the serial numbers. And after, then the last item was, I know the number of ballot papers that were used vis-a-vis the people who, without mentioning numbers, then from there, I will allow parties to make their submissions because I will not declare
we
a
first
number.
count the number of ballot papers without sorting them.
Without sorting them.
Yes.
That is what I will do. Then after parties make submissions, if I agree with them, say they are saying the ballot box was tampered with, we call off the process. If not tampered with, then we do the final. Now with the counting.
Before the matching, about the first count, just without sorting.
No, there is no problem.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Let us first sort.
And then we start matching.
No, let me follow.
Because even that figure will enable us to verify the matching process.
No, we shall get there. Good enough.
Because
Item
if you
4.
count 100 votes, then you must match them with 100 serial numbers.
Now the beauty is this. When you go by my ruling, item 4 was the matching. Item 5 was to establish that the numbers.
I'm proposing that we make 5, 4. But before we match, we just
You can't amend his ruling.
5 should become before.
Yes.
Why?
5 should become before.
You're saying?
Number 5 on your ruling is that we count the number of ballot papers.
There is no problem.
So we are proposing that we first count the number. Then we know that we have number X.
What I'm saying is, there is no problem still.
Most obliged.
Yes.
But what's the best for changing it?
No, we are going to maintain 4 as 4.
Yes.
Yes, let us go with 4. We are going to match. So first,
What's the discussion for changing it?
Come, we are saying, if you have 10, if you know that
okay,
they have,
remove
if you
all
know that they have 10 ballots.
Also, I've settled that with my ruling. We are going to go five.
Let's clear the table.
Okay. So, let us remove.
These are forms for you.
Isn't that my ruling?
Yes.
I
These
think
are
this
you.
one is mine.
Okay.
So, let us remove all the documents from the table. All of them. So, we are going to put here. You can pour all just pour everything here. I have these ones here. The ballot papers and the ballot box. So you can put the rest back. Put the rest back. You can put the rest back. Provided you are not No.
Maybe to verify that there is no ballot papers.
Any left here?
No, it is.
You confirm whether there is any condition has been left.
Okay, you can put it back.
Can hear me say.
So, remove rubber bands from all of them. Let them mix. You don't want people to speculate and say, just mix all of them. Put all of them together. Remove the bands. All of them. We are mixing all of them. We don't want speculation. Yes, mix them. Oh, it's coming here. Pardon?
You all know that this process does not spill the ink.
Pardon?
My question is,
yes.
When you're handling these ballot boxes, make sure that the ink doesn't spill.
The reason why, when they are folding,
Sorry?
yes, and you just missed a very crucial matter.
Which ink?
You see,
Some prints are ticking.
yes, you might find that ink, and you know they are being stored in the old place. You might find that ink. Let me
No, my
demonstrate.
question is when you are mixing them up.
Ink that does not dry after many days. Which
wait,
ink is that?
Come up.
Which ink is that? Let's be serious. Which ink remains wait for weeks?
Now, let me
Even when they are casting, that's the reason why they fold it.
Let's not go for Friday.
Not like this.
Okay, now.
Ink remains wait for
Council,
weeks.
let us be respectful to each other.
No.
We are in court. We are in court.
Honestly.
So, we are going to start matching. You get ballot paper here, we look out for its serial number. After we mark all of them, we shall get to know whether they all match or there are some that are not matching. Then from there, we shall now know the total number of the votes we have. No.
We are not sorting them out,
No,
just counting the numbers.
I made a ruling to that effect. So you start picking up one by one. Every member of the public here can look at that, the serial number. Look out for one. The one you have verified, your hand to hand. Yeah.
Which one is that? Can you speak louder?
So we are verifying 0360.
You vote,
We first take the numbers which one have been issues. Which one are those?
You're going to be holding the ones that have
Which
been
have
issued. Pass by there. So you hold the ones that have been verified.
363.
I've told you, even if you count right now, you're wasting time because that is your result. Unless court has counted, it is of no evidential value. But you speak out the number loudly.
Yes.
363.
I mean, you who is calling out and yes, well.
This mask will not help him.
Eh?
The mask will not help. The mask will not help him.
338.
338.
Guys, read those numbers. Don't get this.
338.
I think you write on another paper. Three, four, three.
And 343, is it covered under this?
343.
343.
301.
Okay.
We are not seeing.
Just now,
see the number. We are not seeing. We have to see. Okay? We have to see.
We are also not seeing.
We are not seeing. You can error to see.
So why don't we leave that to you?
The verification?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now what we are going to do?
Give it to you. Yes.
Let us verify from here, but don't tell us you're not seeing. Let us avoid I'm not seeing.
That's what I'm saying. You should
No, let me
take over the
let me, still I'm handling it myself. Okay, go ahead.
301.
Yes. 400. Okay.
396.
I'm also verifying here the numbers.
396. What shall we get? He's in a position to see it. We can't see this side. Which one is that?
We want to know if the court is safe with someone standing behind and looking directly at the.
But even if, you see, my take is, even if you tally yourselves, if court has not declared, you're wasting time.
383.
You get me?
383.
Maybe, gentlemen, let us do this. Because I'm looking at a situation, say, if we have ballot papers with similar numbers, how shall we get to know? maybe what we do, for those we have marked on, can we indicate RO? Is it further if we mark, we put a small mark?
To write?
Not writing, at least a dot for those. Yes. No, I'm doing this because, for example, if we have two numbers that are similar, how shall we get to know?
That we have already counted.
Yes.
But if you get two similar numbers, it means...
No, the question is, they will read the number, how do you get to know?
You already know the number.
That the number has been called already.
This is what we were suggesting. But our colleagues...
No, we shall get there.
Moving on well. This is what we were suggesting. And this I'm sorry to say to the court, it might not work out. Why don't we, for example, first count the number of ballot papers before us? For example, for the first respondents.
Council, my challenge with that is, either way we must verify, because that was in my rule.
Then the verification will become simple. It will become simple. Please listen to some.
Oh, we record the serial numbers.
On your part,
the ones we have already.
but then it's ready, then you
Okay.
zero,
You get the paper and record that. That is very, very okay. I will not object to that. Now, what we do, let us push this table closer to us. Let us start a few. Colleagues, let us push this table to allow her to already reach that place. Let us repeat. I want to be very sure. I want to know if we have any numbers that are repeating themselves. And if yes, which numbers? We are starting afresh. Just fight the serial numbers alone.
He's asking which numbers are repeating.
360.
Yeah, you can even give the number. There is no problem with that.
363. 338. 343. 301. 400. 396. 383. 372. 318.
Those ones were verified. Verified.
From 372.
Where are the ones that are verified? Okay, you can give me those that have been verified.
317.
You wait. First wait for it to be verified. Let me see.
318. 322. 325. 328. 332. 376. 373. Three 70. Three 66. 193.
193. Okay.
Another 193.
So this is 193.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, first 193.
Here, did we note it? I've not gotten the first one. Is it recorded there?
Yes.
193. I don't have it. This was 366. Now you had said 193. 193.
193.
No, this is the first 193.
Now you have the first, the 193.
It's twice in that.
Twice. Now, there's no problem with us. Let us first look into the votes that are there. In case there's another one, it will get there. 250.
Sorry, I just want to understand. Are there two ballot papers with the same serial number?
That is the presumption, but so far we've come across only one. That's why we are writing there.
Yes, but in our book, is there 193?
There are two.
Or there are also two in the stem?
There are two. Only one. I've also come across only one, not two. You can check on that one. Okay, go on, proceed.
250. 394. 304. 308. 422.
There was full one. One which is half done.
422.
428. 431. 436. 311. 350. 387. 391. 220. 270. 217. 219. 246. 310. 335. 340. 229. 229. 120. 117. 153.
1. Let me look at 117 again. 153. 155. 130. 164. 169. 169, yes.
158. 161. 178. 179. 75. 181. 172. 112. 01. 02. 05. 07. 21. 24. 29. 32. 31. 34. 35.
'Yes, it's repetitive. We noted
It's
twice. It's repetitive. We noted it.
35.
35. Yes, we noted it.
35.
He has not read another 34.
19.
He has not read it. 34.
44. 47.
Which other is repeating? Another one.
50. 46. 25. 40. 16. 15. 28. 20. 38. 42. 43.
37.
Seven, yes.
Number 303. 303. Three. Two 38. Two 54. Two 57. Two 59.
That was 257? Okay.
259.
What you do, you get close to him, let her get the other side. Oh, yes. You get closer here.
Two 59.
Okay.
216. Two 61. 248. 248. 263. 225. 225. 108. 126. 126. 196.
199. 206. 209. 212. 192. 205. 313. 316. 323. 326. 329. 309. 331. 305. 437.
Now, colleagues, much as we have not reached this state, I have to bring it out. We have, because they had declared only one spoiled. But I want to declare another one as spoiled. I know it's not yet the time, but because only one was declared.
It could be that one. The one
This one?
could be that one.
Oh,
The one could be that one.
Okay, okay. I thought it was sealed alone. Oh,
No, the one could be that
this one.
Yes.
Okay, let us move.
Because we mixed them.
Okay, okay. I'll go on.
But usually they bundle it. Maybe we need to check around.
No,
there.
let me check on the accountability again. Let me just confirm with accountability. The number, the serial number.
No, they didn't show it serial number.
Not show the serial number?
But the,
I've never registered.
They didn't show the Sure, they say one back number, they don't say which number.
Okay, let us just note it here. 305.
Serial number?
305. Okay, let us move on.
You circle it. Encourage.
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon. 437. The last one. Is it? There is
305.
437.
This is already here.
437.
Remove is already here.
426.
And circle it's the one that is involved. Remove one. What's that, the 7, 446?
426. Yes.
There's something you've missed. 284.
437, 426.
284.
284.
Two, 258. 351. 354. 293. 401. 404. 307. 439. 289.
'Is it my phone? Postpone?
287. 260. 202. 278. 278.
Okay, I'll take a note.
275.
278. No big deal about it.
265. 271. 103. 269. 269. 440. 435. 435. 433. 346.
Added 3 or 6. Okay.
432. 427. 423. 414. 417. 420. 406. 412. 403. 350. 425. 409. 409. 224. 418. 413. 408. 348. 277. 356. 52. 281. 279.
374. Three five three. 9. 22. 231. 201. 72. 59. 104. 128. 402. 415. 157. 314. 320. 6. 6. 330. 337. 405. 142. 136. 147. 110. 125.
123. 119. 116. 55. 91. 91. 84. 358. 242. 235. 284. 280. I beg your pardon. 286.
And members, be keen on numbers that are repeating. Eh?
Yes, you are.
Take note.
280. 274. 267. 71. 68. 68. 76. 80. 80. Mm-hmm. 80. 85. 87. 89. 92. 113.
64.
Okay, members out there, how are you? We are still going on with counting. I think you are hearing. Yeah. So people who are watching Fatres TV, continue watching. Don't ask what has happened, but yeah, there is a counting is going on. Counting is still going on. Counting is still going on. Just for you, za YouTube orebe. Gumiza muri kutureba. So otekanga mwebare munonga nazagaruka mbagarure hiraka eriya okubara kurona kugenda omumisho mwebare kimwe banu barabona tubakabire kwahura mu bantu ngunanka bantu babara na nanka na serial number ezo barone bazibara. This is what I can tell you. Konka mwebare kutureba mwebare turi hoima nico ndikubasa kubagambira Fatres TV za YouTube orebe abarikwenda muza X abarikwenda muza Instagram abarikwenda muze burahamwe hono mwebare kimwe mugumize mimwe mugumize muno mureba so continue
210. $204. 268. 264. 303. 303. 291. 335. No, I beg your pardon. 355. 355. 352. 292. 294. 77. 333.
174. 182. 183. 327. 398. 41. 49. 82. 378. 377. 375. 371. 369. 368. 207. 208. 211. 214. 221. 218. 223. 107. 209. No, I beg your pardon. It is 109. 109. 111. 111. 121. 121. 122. 115. 53. 56. 62. 65, 69, 70, 424, I beg your pardon, 245, 245, 245, 247, 250, 249, 241, 243, 244, 239, 240, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 6, 2, 30, 2, 3, 2, 384, 384, 305, 306, 114, 227, 228, 233, 226, 226, 226, 48, 382. 237. 237. 379. 303. 94. 75. 306. 324. 324. 95. 98. 98. 100. 83. 8. 84. 84. 86. 90. 301. 81. 97. 74. 78. 79. 177. 170. 171. 154. 173. 302. 163. 188. 165. 162. 162. 166. 160. 160. 159. 158. 153. 151. 176. 93. 200. 190. 197. 198. 304. 194. 191. 195. 179. 189. 187. 186. 184. 143. 143. 145. 146. 134. 135. 137.
124. 131. 132. 10. 30. 27. 39. 36. 33. 45. 43. 11. 101. 12. 103. 118. 302. 347. 349. 342. 344. 345. 334. 336. 339. 341. 321. 311. 311. 307. 310. 308. 309. 14. 13. 26. 23. 18. 148. 149. 149, 17. One 139, 141, 319, 285. Two 283, 288, 397, 395, 393, 399, 392, 390, 370, 290, 276, 270, 253, 262, 386, 388, 389, 385, 255. Two 97, 429, 429, 429,
251. 256. 367. 424. 424. 106. 252.
Okay, before you take it, I send another invite here. I'm also taking note of it. Serial number is 106.
Two, 5, 2. 295. 295. 273. 359. 359. 298. 419. 272.
419, then 272.
361.
361.
364.
364.
365. 312. 411. 438. 300. 434. 410. 296.
266. 299. 421. 416. 407. 152. 34. 88. Is that the third that is invalid?
Yeah, they wrote invalid, but it is invalid. I don't know why they wrote invalid.
Now it's for court because you are in verification.
No, this is valid because they have written invalid. But good enough, you are not at the level of counting.
We have counted.
88. Now, my last checklist was comparing the totals of ballots in the ballot box vis-a-vis the number of voters. That is the last one. Have you been writing the number?
Judge, there was also the number 5 was on counting now the total.
Yeah, that is what we are going to compare.
Most of like
total vis-a-vis the number of votes.
If I may suggest to worship that we've been writing numbers, serial numbers, but since you're not matching them one to the last, we can't be sure that these all serial numbers here coincide with serial number there.
I will give you time to do that. But mine is, I want to know the total number of the ballot papers vis-a-vis the total number of those who voted, whose number is known as 440. Isn't it? Then finally, I will give you time to look into what you have, then we...
Yeah, worship, before you give us time also, as verified, in the mode of counting, we could do having them in their order. That will show, that will help court understand whether all the serial numbers as contained in these books exist for ballot papers. Otherwise, right now, we are marking.
But this is what we are doing.
What we are doing.
They are not in order.
They are not in order. We cannot confirm that all the you see, we are not.
So basically, you're saying we count in
chronologically by matching the serial numbers from 1, 2, 3 to 4.
No, that is sorting. That is sorting according to the. But Josh, that was not in your ruling.
Okay, mine was counting.
Yes.
Only that is trying to say, when you're counting, let us count them in.
No, I think your worship, we are deviating. And no, yeah, you have raised your concern.
Make it clearer. If it is matching of serial numbers, so if it is verifying whether what is there is here, we cannot do that by having them marking them from one to the last. Otherwise, we can't be sure that what by checking these books, what you have got represents the entire serial numbers of those books.
Your worship, I've been patient. I've been patient. I must register off record that I do not know under the law what we are doing. I will leave that at that. I do not know what we are doing under the law.
Okay, you
That-
leave that. You leave that from my ruling.
Yes,
Because my ruling is clear.
that's number one. Number two, in this process of recording serial numbers, we have observed a miscounting of 2 invalid votes. 2 invalid votes, which goes to what we've been saying, that there was miscounting. We have matched the serial numbers in the booklet stems to the ballot papers. I do not see the reason of arranging them in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in that order. Your Worship, before we lose track of what was in the box, before now we engage in any other engagement, we must also ascertain, just like we ascertain for the invalid votes, what now was the actual voting on those ballot papers. Otherwise, once you open the box, you cannot stop in the middle. I understand the court's view of tampering and what. That's why I said I don't know under what law we are doing that. Because tampering as against what? Because you need to first state that the position was like this, but because, let me first finish. Okay. But because of this, there was tampering. My prayer is, we have now matched the serial numbers to, the serial numbers on the ballot papers to the stems. Can we now sort out what is in those ballot papers? Because we have seen already a miscount of 2 invalid votes. So we cannot move as if we are investigating whether there was, or we could find anything that could stop the recount. The court already did a finding that there is a ground for a recount. This procedure of speculating, let's look and see, we could find, I'm afraid to say, it's not for this court. But what we need to preserve, the point we must not lose, is that what have we received in the box? We cannot leave the question of what was the voting. That one, we cannot leave it in.
Okay. Okay.
So my prayer would be, my prayer, that's my velocity. That's my velocity of talking. And I want everyone to hear. It's open court.
Okay, go ahead.
My prayer would be that having matched the serial numbers on the ballot papers and the booklet stems, we now proceed to iron out by sorting the votes, how the voting was.
So, Your Worship, unless matching is mathematical or English, and I don't understand it very well, matching, we are trying to do an investigation of serial numbers. But to me, matching is not concluded if you don't organize from one to the last one and know whether all of them. Because while you are reading, we are not ticking on standard number, see whether this number is in or missing.
No, but
now, wait, listen, I give you time. Can you keep it? Now, to me, my issue is simple. Right now, why don't we match from 1 to 410 and know that they are flowing the way you are looking at the serial numbers? Otherwise, this matching will be useless because we have not thought chronologically whether all the numbers that were in the books are all in there in the ballot papers. We only try to say that this number is in the book, but we are not saying, we do not illustrate that all of them, they appear in the books, are existing. They are moved.
Your Worship, if I may, my point here is, and it's very legal, it's very, very legal. One, the court must be able to account for how we found the box. That's a very, very crucial point. The court must be able to account.
But
But come on, the procedure.
You said he must When you say must be quoting the law,
the court will make its ruling. That is my submission, whether you are annoyed by it or not. What we have so far gathered is we have matched each ballot paper with the booklet stem. We are past that level. Before we delve into any analysis, we must also conclude by looking at everything in the box, which is how was the voting according to the ballot papers that we have matched. Okay. Proceeding in a sense of, now let's organize let's organize, because the point of organizing chronologically is unnecessary, futile, because you were reading ballot paper with serial number 001 on the ballot paper. Then we look in the stem, it's there. So we don't need to now sort them according to number 1 up to number 3. Right now, what the court must ascertain completely about the status of the box before we venture into any argument is who voted how. We have noted 2 miscounts of 2 invalid votes. We cannot leave that partial. That's already a recount. We have recounted 2 invalid votes. So we have to recount and finish. That's why I was telling my colleagues. Then it's after that that you have now the material to make a decision that you input in the certificate of recount.
Okay, I've had you.
That's what my colleague. I think what he does not seem to understand is that the decision of court is conditional. The decision of court today was to recount. The decision of court to recount was subject to particular terms and conditions. Any attempt to depart from those conditions would be derogatory and then not be knowing what we
How I picked the
Your Honor. 1. Are we proceeding well? We are. Your Honor, the law gives the Chief Magistrate to guide on how the process is undertaken. The law does not set certain standards and parameters. It relies on the judicious decision of court. So, where court decides that we proceed in this manner, you are absolutely, court is absolutely in order. So when my brother seeks to ascertain how we are proceeding, or under what law we are proceeding, or how we are proceeding, Your Honor, I want us to be comforted that the idea of a vote recount or the process has no standard procedure. Actually, every court that engages in a recount has been developing its own procedure and format. Your Honor, there is even a court that proceeded on a recount when seals had been tampered with. So I really think that this court should provide the guidance as required under the law. Number 2, Your Honor, and this is where we have a very big problem. We have fundamental issues that need to be resolved before we even reach any stage. I know you guided, but you see, as we observed earlier, your guidance last time cost us a video. It cost us a video. Because we wanted to raise the matter in your wisdom, which we are there too. You said the matter would be brought at the end. And our colleagues thought it would prejudice them, and you ruled in their favor. We are bringing a matter now that we think can dispose of this issue now. But your guidance is that let's finish all these other processes. And we risk, Your Honor, to say, since we are at the tail end of the process, why don't we just count the way it happened last time? So we have
we take very big exception at the for example, Your Honor, when we are talking about, we are complaining about seals. We are complaining about these ballot books. The record says 8, in the ballot they are 9.
Okay, now.
We are talking about, those things need to be resolved before we proceed.
Okay, now let me
The reason I was talking about matching. For example, when my colleagues here were trying to record figures, they don't see number 8. They don't see number 8. When I'm talking about matching, he's taking it personal, not understanding the person I'm looking at. You see, number 8 is nowhere, according to my team. So how are we going to be sure that some other numbers are not missing if we don't match?
Yes, just 1 minute.
So that matching that we did,
I am not opposed.
was only to confirm now. We only tried to say this ballot does exist in the book, but we didn't confirm whether all numbers that we are matching here are available here.
Okay, yes, just 1 minute, 1 minute.
Finally,
I am not opposed to my land friends raising the objections they want to raise. I am not opposed. They have that right. Us counting and taking down the figures will not lead to an eventual declaration of anything. I am simply saying that once you open the box, then we first take the facts of the box, the way they are. Then we retire and make our arguments.
Okay, noted. Now, finally, let me speak.
It's not automatic that there must be a recount certificate.
Because the court cannot tell us that there are 2 invalid votes and we end there.
I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Now, finally, with him. Let me give him an opportunity.
1 minute. You ruled that we are going to compare the serial numbers in the stems with the numbers of the ballot papers. And thereafter, we shall find the number of voters who voted in comparison to the votes of the ballot papers that we have. And you also ruled that after that you will entertain the parties to raise their respective objections, then the other parties shall rejoin or respond and rejoin. And I think that's the chronology. But one important thing, if there is anybody, because in the process of getting the serial numbers and what, if there is anybody who says maybe, nah, I didn't see number 8, I don't see any harm in cross-checking that particular one.
Okay, thank you. Now,
Maybe if
okay.
I'm not required.
A bit silent, please speak.
We can go together in number 5 as court stated. Number 5 as per the court.
Exactly. Now,
because that guidance does not say look for 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it was very clear in the court ruling. It was saying let us count, find whether the votes cast or as counted there are more than the one. What was
now, thank you.
Thank
you. So, I don't know why parties here are laboring to submit on many different issues. My ruling was very clear. That's why I gave each party a copy of the ruling. I was very clear. I told you if I am to do the recount, the box must not have been tampered with. I labored to lay down what I meant by tampering with the box. So what court is doing right now is doing a verification, because I laid down those conditions of the areas I'm going to look at, to verify their state, and that would guide court to tell whether there was tampering or no tampering. We've covered the 4th item, that is the serial numbers vis-a-vis the ballot boxes. Now, he raised the argument that number 8 is not visible. Reserve those at the time I'm going to give you to raise your objections. You get it? Because we agreed after we are done with the verifying my checklist that I put to determine whether the box was tampered with or no, I will give parties opportunity to raise all the objections they have before a court goes ahead to make a ruling on whether we now do the recounting of establishing who got what. Because we agreed, I will only and only do that if the box is not tampered with. And that is after I have made a ruling to say, was there tampering with the box or no? Counsel, if I may, it's court speaking, if I may, case law is very clear, and we are guided any tampering with the box, we call off the exercise. As soon as we detect tampering with the box, maybe the challenge is many people think tampering is only removing the seals. But to me, it is more than that. That's why I clearly laid down what amounts to tampering, and I'm going to stand by it, by the way, because I was serious when I was doing all this. So we are now going to the last item to establish whether there was tampering or no. And the last item was basically physical counting of the ballot papers that were used in the voting, vis-a-vis the number of those that voted. That is the last item, item number 5. So don't submit right, left, center. Follow the ruling. I gave every party a copy. It is after we have exhausted these 5 areas that I'm going to give parties opportunity to raise your objections. And if you raise your objection, for example, you're telling me number 8 is not there, I will verify because I've also been recording down my numbers. That's why I've told you, I'm going to give you time to now go through these numbers and tell, because remember, every number you've recorded has a serial number in the book. So I'm going to give you time to cross-check. That is the other way of rearranging. So you can do the rearranging yourselves to confirm, is this number, the serial number there you're talking about, is it in the book or no? If you insist it is not there in your submissions, we shall cross-check, because we have them with us. Yes. So just now give you time to verify. But I'm going to the last item, and my last item is I must verify the numbers of the ballot papers that were used in the voting vis-a-vis the number that voted. And thereafter, I will adjourn court for say 5-10 minutes to allow you to reconcile with whatever information you have, to organize your points of view you have them. Then I will come back, I'll put them on record. That's when I'll make a ruling to say, was there tampering with the box or no? If I find the box was not tampered with, then I will proceed to now find out who got what. If I find that there was tampering, I will stop the process at that point. I hope I'm very clear on that. Yes.
Just a matter of rights and security.
I hope you're not going to...
No, just for I cannot, even if I can. Okay. Now, from your guidance, which is clear, I have 2 concerns, and I will seek the court permission. The reason why I'm raising them as my concern is that this definition of tampering came from the court. So as an assumption or test put in place by the court. Now, this may not be the last court. In the event that one of the parties is aggrieved with the ruling to call off the recount, what security has court put in place to ensure that in the event the upper court wants to recount, the ballot or the voting pattern on those ballots I am seeing will be the same if we have already opened the box and we have not recorded what is there? I have heard of a possible adjournment. What security measure is put in place on now the ballot papers and the votes?
Okay. Maybe you raise that when we are done with this and we are getting to that, I will give my response. But maybe to clear your mind, after we are done with the last item, we are going to put back these ballot boxes and the ballot books or stems into the ballot box. We have security here that is going to oversee the security of the box. And now, after the final exercise, say we have recounted or no, that box is supposed to be sealed again. Do we have the RO here?
But
Yes. Do we have extra seals in the box? Yes. Exactly. So after the exercise that we are conducting here, all the materials will be put back in the box. We shall seal, and this time round, we shall record the serial numbers.
Your Worship, lastly, we are here, we opened the box that was sealed. Then now we are being told that after we shall reseal it again and bring it back. If we were trusting those seals so much and the security, why are we doing this? That's why I'm saying we must complete the counting of these ballot papers.
That is going against my ruling.
No, Your Worship, I'm seeking clarity.
No, Council, don't attempt to do that. My ruling is going to remain as is. I'm not going to adjust my ruling.
Your Worship, I'm not adjusting your ruling.
Yes. Because you see, I've guided, I've told you.
Council,
my guidance was very clear on the procedure. I'm going to repeat myself. I've said, when I was ordering for a recount, I conditioned the same on the understanding that the box is not tampered with. And in the opinion of court, I laid down what I will consider as tampering. And I told you, for example, I said, if the serial numbers on the ballot papers are not matching, that is another form of tampering. I added on, if we count the numbers on the ballot papers, they are more than the people who voted, I would call that tampering amongst the others we've been going through. You get me? So I laid down what I call tampering. And it is after I've ascertained the same that I'm going to give parties, because you see, that is me. Now I need parties to tell me, was the box tampered with or no? If parties tell me yes, it was tampered with, the other parties argue their case, I'll make a ruling over the same to say this was tampering or it amounts to tampering or no. And if I find it amounts to tampering, I will call off the process immediately, because I'm given the powers and authority to call it off if I detect tampering with the box. Because you see, a recount must be achievable. You're verifying the figures. So anything that is in contradiction with the same, I'm obliged to call off the process. So I'll not waste a lot of time. We get to the last item, that is item 5. And this is basically to know the number of all the voters who voted. Now we are going to count the ballot papers. But instead of counting, let me first look at, because here what we are doing, at the point of verification, we are writing down their numbers. Let me check. So what do? Do we do the physical counting, or we go by what this court had recorded? We do the physical counting? Yes. Okay. Because we want to establish the votes here. 440, are they less or more? And thereafter, I will now give opportunity to parties to address court. But that is after a short break. So let us physically count the ballot papers. No, what you do, you count and give her, maybe putting the books back. Why don't you sit and tie her up? We put it sit. What you do, you count and give to her.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 78, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 89, 88, sorry, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 99, 98, sorry, 99, 100. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 69, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 78, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, making a total of 440. Okay, now how much time do you need? And for the safety of here the rain, police, you're here. I want you to have your eyes on this box. Then the respective agents of the candidates, those who are interested, you can also have your eyes on the box. We are going to leave it here as we break off for I think 5 or 10 minutes. How much time do you need? 5 minutes. Okay, you keep your eyes on the box. So 5 minutes, I'll be back. I hear from you, then I make my own.
So that is how we are proceeding with our court ruling right now. But as so far, all we can say that so far so good. Everything has been moving on smoothly. But as per the councils, all the lawyers that have been observing the entire process say that we've been having some invalid votes that were found out in the process of cross-checking the ballot papers, aligning them with the serial numbers in the ballot books. But still, we are trying to see how this entire process is going to end. The only assurance I can give our followers that everything is ending today. As you can see, people are waiting. And we also thank the youths for keeping peace the whole of today. A few cases have been here and there, but still the environment is still peaceful and fine. So we appreciate the youths of our country for keeping peace in such a process and not causing much chaos at the court or harming anyone from either parties. That is really very important. We also want to thank the candidates themselves for keeping peace. We understand the pressure. We understand the expectations they had for today.
Okay, people who watch Fatwest TV, okay, people who are watching Fatwest TV, mwebale nnyo mwebale ddala. Yes, I'm behind the camera, but ine kimwahurira yajara ngu yatwame dakiika 5 omuramuzi ngu arimu nije amuru gwedakiika 5 naza kugaruka then arikubaraho buriyo bwasigara.
naza kubara ba candidates ubururu bwabo buri omwe obwayihireyo. Yes, kandi bwataringa bwaba binana nk'uko bwabiro buri kubanza. So when tusubira nariza kuba zigeze amazi. Yeah.
So echo wareba ote bintu ebyo ibo mundeba ya.
So far so good, ebintu birimo nibigendaje.
Okay.
Akuba wadde ba lawyers basaide emwe bali mune betombwita hamwe na hamwe konkani tureba ebintu bikugenda bikutalingaje. Mine wairo so fango kinana bagambire buri turi kutero bururu hoima bukatutoringe bururu binana bwene hati nibwo bwaba ubururu binana so nsubira if it is true babatarakwasira mu karuru uburu bwenyine nibwari yeyo candidate obwiyireyo babatarabukwasira
okay
so nsubira nimuza kugenda je mazima
okay ninja mwabuhurira nibyebyo niko turi muntu tambura okurigireba ngo tumara thank you customer murebe bino bigendo mu misho nimureba kanye sije mase ariyaha na Diana ariyaha bona bariyaha iba wa Diana ariyaha abanyabuzare ba mase bariyaha ba lawyers bariyaha bona bari serious nibamanya abwenchi bariyaha ekikurimwe mugumizemu mukurate Fatwest TV mpaka okureba ngo nebahereza buri kimwe mwebare kimwe
Ugenda utacagingire kuri ati nacyo wali byagera tubije mu ya identity
so ba members bebyo don't mute ate so ba members bebyo neka tuba wali icon charge kaso gamba bananga abantu abali ku Fatwest TV ndoza mulabe kigenda mu maaso we are fine tureba bona ba candidates baro tureba bona twine buzo tureba Diana Riaha tureba Masaria so byona bridge I get to okay.
Are you not seeing the box? Let it be here. The security is okay.
Okay, people who are watching Fatwest TV, yes, mwebare kubayo mwebare kimwe ene murebe ibintu bene bigendo misho norana naza box y'ubururu of which cha kitari kirungi. People have started to pinpoint at me because abatakwenda ngo nipike box ejo. It is so much sensitive, of which I had to leave that place. So mwebare kimwe abareba Fatwest TV ntugera njyana muturebaje kandi okureba turontu ntuhereza tumuntu tugezeho kugira ngo at least ihanga yagira kiri yamanya mase ari bize konkare na balo yabe aha kandi nawe hine cyari kugezaho kureba ngo amanye konka hataho turigambara ibintu byona bijana nko kubyabire biri. That is what I can tell you. Obururu obwaragamu bwija buryobo obwatirwe, ekyo nico kubanza. Then hati ntwenda kureba obo bururu niwe bwenyine obwatirwe kandi ti niwe buraragemu oriyo buyabwine nibwarabone. So hati iki nico turi kwenda kureba kukiraragemu cyakitarigiremu nabona muza kumanya. So byebyo niyo fatwe Steve yo kureba. Reka tamburiraho mpora reka kamera person wanje agira yaranzya areta abantu abandi nabo tukurikiza nakugera side zombi ziri aha, ba lawyers bari aha, omuramuzi yatuhamenda dakika 5 reka tutegereze. So mwebare kimwe ekikure cyawe za fatwe Steve orikiza za YouTube, za TikTok, za Instagram, za X. Yeah, thank you.
Take your seats. Okay, now this is how we are going to proceed. I intend to give each side 5 minutes to address court on whether the box was tampered with or not. Then I'll make my ruling. Pardon? Then I'll make my ruling on whether the same was tampered with or no. And that ruling will determine whether we are now going to ascertain what each candidate scored or garnered or no. So 5 minutes enough to address court on tampering? Yeah. I'll start with counsel for the applicant. Was the box tampered with or no?
Your Worship, our position is that there was no tampering. But just to get some procedural clarity. For us, we do not have an objection as to tampering. If they do, they should be the ones
to start with.
To start, then we respond.
Then you respond?
Yes.
Is it fair? Okay. That is the first applicant. Sorry, first respondent. Sorry. Okay.
Your Honor, for the record. That's a small.
Okay.
Your Honor, we submit that this particular ballot box was materially tampered with. And before we raise that issue, Your Honor, we want to observe and assert that the integrity and security of the ballot box was greatly compromised with. Your Honor, in the testimony of the returning officer, she confirmed that these ballot boxes had seals that had serial numbers recorded. Had seals that had serial numbers recorded. And she further stated that that record of the serial numbers was part of the documents in the ballot box. Your Honor, as it has turned out, there is no record anywhere of the serial numbers of the seals on the ballot box. Your Honor, without a record of the serial numbers, the security and safety of the ballot papers cannot be guaranteed. And Your Honor, as was observed in the case of Kasivante that we cited last time, and which is already on Osi Katongola and Kasivante, which is already on court record. Your Honor, the ratio decided in that case was that once security of the ballot box is compromised, this cannot be guaranteed. There cannot be a recount. And we submit, Your Honor, that there being no recorded serial numbers on the seals, the security of these ballot boxes was not guaranteed, and therefore this in itself cannot be, that in itself would not allow a recount to take place. Your Honor, we also want to observe, because be that as it may, we want to assert that in the testimony of the returning officer, she averred that serial numbers
appear on seals chronologically. They appear on seals chronologically. Your Honor, we submit that the seals and the serial numbers on this particular ballot box do not flow chronologically. And Your Honor, for the record, the serial numbers on the seals were as follows. The first seal, Your Honor, had the serial number 23, 14, 26, and 7.
Go on.
The second serial number was 23, 14, 26, and 8.
You repeat the number 23?
23, Your Honor, maybe for record purposes, it's only the last number which changes.
Just wait the
So
second.
23, 14, 26, and 8. The first one was 7, the second one is 8. Now, the third one, Your Honor, is 23, 14, 27, 0.
23,
14, 27, 0. Ideally, Your Honor, in the testimony of the returning officer, this seal should have been 23, 14, 27, 9.
Okay.
That is the chronological flow she testified about. So, so that casts doubt on the authenticity of the seals and the serial numbers of these ballot boxes. But Your Honor, we also want to submit that from our own agents who were at the tally center, these particular seals that appear on this ballot box are different from the seals that were used at the polling day. And Your Honor,
now I'm reluctant to even put that on record for one reason. How are we going to ascertain that?
Your Honor, that's what I'm coming to. I will leave it to court.
Okay.
I'll leave it to court.
Okay, let me put it on record.
Yes, leave it on record.
You're saying, repeat
Yes.
that?
From the evidence of our agent called the Nachiranda Margaret, who recorded on her phone the ballot boxes and serial numbers on that day, who recorded on her phone. And Your Honor, the returning officer, having confirmed in her testimony that serial numbers can be recorded by phone, having confirmed in this court that serial numbers can be recorded by phone, recorded the seals on that day as follows. The first serial number was 35, 50, 601.
Was 35,
50, 601. The second serial number, Your Honor, was 35, 50,
35, 50,
602.
602.
The third serial number, Your Honor, was 35, 50, 603.
550.
603. Your Honor, this is consistent. There is chronological consistency.
Okay.
There is chronological consistency in this serial number as opposed to the one on the seals in the box here. Your Honor, we invite court to take notice of those discrepancies in the serial numbers.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we invite court to look at the recording of the agent.
The recording?
Yes, the phone recording of the agent on the seals that day. We invite court to look at it. Your Honor, we now come to the issue of the ballot papers. The ballot papers Your Honor, we first want to observe that the ballot papers or ballot books that were received on that day, the ballot books that were received on that day,
on the date of voting,
as indicated in the record book, Your Honor, there were 8 ballot books. 8 ballot books. Strangely, Your Honor, on opening the ballot box, there were 9 ballot boxes, creating a mismatch between what was actually received and delivered by the Electoral Commission and what has actually been found in the ballot box. That in itself casts doubt on the security of this ballot box and ballot papers. Your Honor, we come to the serial numbers. Your Honor, in the testimony of the returning officer, she was very categorical that every ballot book contains 50 ballot papers. 50 ballot papers. And that they were marked chronologically in ascending order. Your Honor, it has however been discovered that the ballot papers and the ballot books have material discrepancies.
The ballot what?
The ballot papers and the books have material discrepancies as highlighted below. Your Honor, serial number 34 appears twice. In the ballot book. Serial number 84 appears twice.
Number 84?
84 appears twice. Appears twice. Number 306.
306.
Number 306, Your Honor, appears on 2 ballot papers. Appears on 2 ballot papers. With the same serial number.
With the same.
In the book, Your Honor, it appears once. In the book, it appears once.
In the book?
It appears once.
In the book?
In the book. However, there are 2 ballot papers with the number 308. 306, sorry, 306.
Appears on 2 ballot papers.
Yes.
1 ballot paper, but in the book there are 2. Repeat that photo.
Your Honor, in the book, it appears once. But there are 2 ballot papers with serial number 306.
That is in the ballot book.
Yes. Your Honor, number 8, serial number 8.
Serial number?
8. Serial number 8 appears in the books. But there is no ballot paper with serial number 8.
Saying serial.
Serial number 8. Serial number 8
appears in.
Serial number 8 and serial number 73.
Serial number 8
and serial number 73.
And serial
number 73.
Number 73
appear in the books, but not in the physical ballots. Your Honor, there are also missing numbers. Missing numbers in the stems. Missing numbers in the stems. For example, Your Honor, in the ballot book with the serial number 151 to 200, 151 to 200.
151 to 200.
Yes. Numbers 1 in that particular serial, that particular book, Your Honor, the numbers along the way flow from 153 straight to 167.
Pardon, I've not gotten that point.
The numbers, instead of having 153, 54, 55, 56, up to something, there is 153. Then from 153, you go straight to 167. The numbers in between are missing.
That is 150.
In the book with the serial number 151 to 200.
Which Which numbers are missing?
From 154
Numbers 154
to 166.
154, then 155.
Yes.
And 156.
Yes. And
Are missing.
Yes. So from 153 to 167, in between, the numbers are missing.
Okay.
The same is true with the, in the same book, with the same serial number.
The same book?
Yes. You have 165 to 169.
Missing?
Yes, they are missing.
So numbers missing, there are more numbers.
Yes.
So you mentioned 155?
165 to 169.
Members, listen to my channel. So you say 154 is missing, 155 is missing, 156. Which other numbers are missing in that book?
165 to 169.
165.
Yes, 169.
166.
Yes.
167, 168, and 169 are missing.
Yes.
In that booklet.
Yes. Then Your Honor, serial number 193 appears twice.
Serial number
193 appears twice.
193
appears twice.
The same booklet.
No, not the same booklet. Your Honor, this must be.
No, it is 151.
Yes, yes.
193 appears twice.
Yes, appears twice.
Okay.
Your Honor, I also submit, Your Honor, that as per the ruling, we've been able to demonstrate a mismatch. Mismatch, one, in the serial numbers. We've also been able to demonstrate that the security and integrity of the ballot papers was not guaranteed.
Mismatch on the serial, on the what?
We've been able to demonstrate that this mismatch can only be explained through tampering. We've been able to demonstrate the mismatch in the serial numbers, in the books, and that mismatch can only lead to one conclusion, that there was tampering. But Your Honor, we've also been able to demonstrate that in the absence of serial numbers on the seals, you cannot talk about a recount because security was not guaranteed.
Okay.
Your Honor, we submit that serial numbers are not placed on seals for cosmetic purposes. They are not placed on seals for cosmetic purposes.
Okay.
They serve a purpose of ensuring security and sanctity of the ballot boxes. Your Honor, we submit that we've been able to demonstrate that the parameters you have set that constitute tampering have been met. And we therefore pray that you be pleased to decline proceeding to the next step of the actual vote counting. So pray, Your Honor.
Worship, I have one point on record. I'm only emphasizing what my brothers already stated. The parameters in the case of Kasvan, Tavasi, Katongori, is that the applicant must demonstrate to court that the seals are not tampered with and that the integrity of the box is intact. Your Worship, we had earlier on pointed it out that they never printed it. And up to now,
That they
never printed it, that the books is intact. And right now, as has been exhibited, the books, its integrity is highly tampered with, and the only course of action, in accordance with your earlier ruling, is that you will stop the, you hold that there is tampering, and then we have the matter complete.
Okay. Counsel for the second and third respondent.
Your Honor, for the record, Kayono Abubeka, for the second and third respondents. Your Honor, it was the ruling of this court that any kind of symptom of tampering render the exercise futile. Your Honor, counsel for the applicant, counsel for the first respondent, I beg your pardon. Counsel for the first respondent has submitted on the symptoms tampering. It is our submission that court verifies the highlighted, court verifies the highlighted symptoms with the various materials in the box. The various materials in the box as submitted and we invite court to make a just ruling. A just ruling to achieve the objective which the law has set.
Okay.
To achieve the objective which the law has set in matters of recount. Matters of recount, such as the law in the case of Winnie Byanyima and Ngomangime in the case of Kasibante in Katongole C cited. And is on record in this court. We so submit.
Counsel for the applicant.
May it please your worship? For the record, I will be high proof of mine. Very program, we are still not bound by the 5 minutes because my lunch ends.
No. You're not bound, yes.
Most of that. Your worship, the question we are dealing with is whether there was tampering of the election materials I may add, and that the tampering would render the recount inachievable. Your worship, I just wanted to refer the definition of tampering according to the Oxford Dictionary, the online dictionary, defines tampering as to interfere with something.
Which dictionary is that? Oxford?
The Oxford Dictionary, as it appears online. To interfere with something in order to cause damage or make an unauthorized alteration.
Interfere with something.
To cause damage or to make an unauthorized alteration.
Okay.
Your Worship, this definition presupposes that there must be an existing state of affairs which is either damaged or altered into another state. In other words, there must be two comparatives. You are guided by that definition. I will handle and respond to my land friends' allegations which they have termed as tampering. Your Worship, the submission is that no record of the closing serial numbers of the seals was found within the box. Your Worship, the statements of the RO were cited to buttress this. Your Worship, our submission on that point is that the record book and the accountability of ballot papers forms do not provide for an entry where the closing seals should be written. So by not filling them there is because those forms don't call for their filling. So that cannot be deduced as evidence of tampering. Secondly, Your Worship, to bind the third respondent on her statements regarding the forms inside the record book and the accountability of ballot paper forms would be improper and unfair because she's not even the one who filled those forms. So to that extent, we submit that reliance cannot be placed on non-indication of serial numbers in the forms as evidence of tampering.
Repeat that.
Your Worship, reliance cannot be based upon on non-indication or not indicating serial numbers in the record book and ballot paper accountability form to conclude that there was tampering with the seal.
Okay, go on.
As a matter of fact, as I conclude on that point, is that all the seals were intact. Before opening the box. The second point, Your Worship, it was submitted by the first responder that they managed to mysteriously record the video of seals and that what they recorded is different from what appeared on the books. And Your Worship, reference was made to a witness in the names of Natural and Ariel. And Mr. Vassari were referred to that person as their witness. Your Worship, our submission is that in this matter we have no witness or any affidavit of Natural Marbury. As the one which was purportedly filed was struck out by court, on account of inconsistent signatures.
Okay.
My submission is that it is unsafe for the court to rely on evidence of a person who was previously found to have signatures that are inconsistent.
Objection. Your Honor, you did ask, because you were reluctant to put me on record. You asked for, you said you cannot because there is no source of information. I mentioned Nagiranda to be our source of information. I was responding to an issue raised by you, casting aspersions on a person whose response was intended to court with due respect is objection.
Okay. Okay, go on.
The guidance on that,
Pardon?
The guidance, should I continue?
Yeah, go on.
Most of it. So, Your Worship, I'm submitting that the court cannot rely on a witness who was found with inconsistent signatures to be the source of information relating to a video. about seals in this era of artificial intelligence. Your Worship, if a man cannot be trusted on their signature, how can they be trusted on a video that is capable of being manipulated into anything else? Your Worship, lastly on that is that we implore the court not to take the route of even attempting to look at the video as was prayed for by the first person. The second point, Your Worship, was seals do not follow chronologically. And Your Worship, the excuse here by the first respondent is that, Your Worship, I will just read the last two digits because the rest are the same, is that the serial numbers 67, 68, missing 69 to 70 do not follow chronologically. Your Worship, I wish to refer the court to the statements of the third respondent, who stated that the seals should be in the same range Your Worship, she even made an illustration or example that the seal should not be like, let's say 01, and then the second one is like 100. They should be in the same range. Your Worship, numbers 67, 68, and 70 are not only in the same range, but in close range.
Number 68, 68.
I'm just reading the last digits of this.
No problem. That is
67, 68, and then 70. They are in close range. Your Worship then now takes me to the other submission by Mr. Wasari. Okay. That according to the witness, she stated that, no, that according to the record book, there were 8 booklets, but on opening, there were 9. I should just off record. I stopped doing mathematics as soon as
In the middle of the record.
Yeah.
Worship.
But
in the middle of the record, you don't go for record. Let him complete and then we.
Okay, okay. You remain on record.
Most of that. Most kind. Your Worship, from the verification exercise, we noted that each booklet contains 50 ballot papers. So if you are to take 8 as the only number of ballot books, you would have 400 ballot papers. Just I'm saying that if you were to take that there were only 8 times 50, you would have 400 ballot papers. Yet, according to the same record book, the number of registered voters is 400 according to the record book and the forms therein. The total number of registered voters, I don't want to speculate, maybe the support can avail the copy, I can give the figure, but it's more than 400.
It was 440.
440. So, Your Worship, that would imply that 40 people are not going to vote. But if you take 9 times 400, then you get the 450. Now you should remember, according to our counting, the number of ballot papers counted are 440.
Okay.
The unused ballot papers are 10. Your Worship, that's a mathematical exploration free of any tampering.
Okay.
Bishop, then now on that, I submit that that is a frivolous ground to allege tampering.
So how do you call that? That mismatch, how do you refer to it?
I beg your pardon?
How do you refer to the mismatch? Because in the books there were 9 books, and on the accountability form there were 8. How do you describe that?
Yes, I beg your pardon.
What I want you to clarify is how would you refer, or what would you call what transpired, as in on the accountability form we have 8 books, and on the inside the ballot box there are 9. That's what was registered. How do you call that?
Your Worship,
If it is not tampering.
Your Worship, as a matter of fact, may I not recall saying that?
You did not see that?
Yes.
Okay.
I did not see it.
Okay.
And what I am submitting, what I'm saying is that what that may be an error that is verifiable by the same form. I'm saying that that may be an error in the filling of the form, but that error is also verifiable by other undenied facts.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my submission on that.
Okay. Go ahead.
And the verifiability of that is what I was demonstrating. That when you look, the register is there, the forms are there, they talk about the total number of ballots cast, they talk about the total number of registered voters, because in the same form, where they are purporting to say that they have 8, meaning they have 400, down they are also saying they have 440 registered voters. So, that in itself verifies the fact that those ballot papers were actually more, they were there and they were 9. And it's what we have verified. Then, Your Worship, there was this submission relating to the serial numbers in the stem of the booklets. They are submitted, 34 appears twice, 84 appears twice, so on and so forth. Just the dictionary just told us tampering refers to interfering with something by either damaging it or causing an unauthorized alteration. And the submission by my land friend was that the only conclusion is that there was tampering. Your Worship, it is actually possible. Pardon? It is possible. That's my submission. That in printing, a number can be repeated either twice or another number can be omitted. Your Worship, it's human to have errors. It's human. Just like a lawyer at the bar can have errors in his pleadings. Your Worship, even judgments of court can have errors. So, Your Worship, it's not evidence, it's not logically possible to say that the only conclusion of repeating or the printing is that there was tampering. That actually, like I said, that there existed serial number 35, but someone now came and changed it to 34. Your Worship, if it was originally 34, as it is, whether 2 times or not, that is not evidence of tampering. That's how they were. Actually, to purport to correct them, that would be the tampering.
Okay.
Your Worship, I invite the court to make an observation. They had switched the pictures of one candidate with another candidate. So, Your Worship, these errors may occur in printing, but they cannot be interpreted as temporary for purposes of saying, therefore, there is no recount.
Okay.
You have to blend lastly, my colleague will use some few minutes to trace and give authorities. There was a submission by my land friend, Mr. Kamkama, that the applicant never pleaded that the box was intact. Your Worship, it is the duty of the second president to protect election materials. But not that of the applicant. It's actually illegal for the applicant to purport to plead that the box is intact. And Your Worship, that's why the court had to move itself to go and pick the box. If that was the case, they would have relied on the words of the applicant. Okay. Referring to the 2 cases as the basis for that submission is wrong. We submitted those authorities, we invite the court to look at them. It's not a requirement that an applicant in a vote recount process has to prove that the box is intact. Your Worship, therefore, it is our submission that other than frivolous, baseless excuse by the first respondent, this is a proper case to conduct a recount of votes. Seals were never tampered with. Ballot papers have been matched. We find that this is a proper case where a recount should be conducted. I will invite my learned friend, Mr. Enoch West, to highlight the authorities, just a few points on the laws. I so submit, Your Worship.
Your Worship, for the record, West General.
Yes.
Your Worship, the returning officer came from this honorable court. And David Kamukama was examining her regarding the movement of the ballot box. She confirmed to this honorable court that from the date when this election took place, she has been in custody of this ballot box. And that even when this case started, she has been coming with it, going back to Kampala with it, and again coming back to this honorable court with the same ballot box. Your Worship, there is no evidence on court record to discredit or to start imputing contrary that this ballot box ever left the hands of the returning officer for anyone to tamper with it. Your Worship, her evidence on that aspect was very firm, and there is no reason why the court should disagree her.
Okay.
Your Worship, strictly going with the ruling of this honorable court, I will now go to Tampering Act number 1. This honorable court, in the presence of Security and all counsel, confirmed that this ballot box does not have any card or any replacement of the seal. Your Worship, this honorable court cannot trust the first respondent's polling agent as a credible witness with video evidence. This honorable court cannot trust the first respondent's polling agent as a witness with a credible video evidence regarding the seals which were placed on the ballot box on the polling day. This becomes so because it is already clear on court record that this witness has been changing her signatures. And it was one of the reasons why even her affidavit was struck of court record. the integrity of this witness should not be transferred by this honorable. Father, Your Worship, regarding provision number 2, before this honorable court, we do not have the presiding officer. The returning officer who came to this honorable court was categorical on what she did. And she clearly indicated that some of the documents inside the ballot box, documents like the record book and the rest, were filled in by the presiding officer. Your Worship, the missing serial numbers in the register book was also explained by the returning officer because she said there is no space to indicate those serial numbers. Your Worship, indeed, when you check that document, there is no space. So what it means under factor number 2, there is no series to compare with. So we cannot talk of alteration, Your Worship. If you are to go strictly with what is stated in this Your Worship. So there are no series to compare under factor number 2. And the reasons for the omission was explained by the returning officer. That one cannot be regarded as an act of tampering with the ballot resolution. Your Worship, under factor number 4, the respondent has only been able to identify missing serial numbers in the ballot books, but they have not, for instance, identified that these ballot papers, for instance, for example, is a ballot box which has serial number 600, yet in the ballot books that serial number does not exist. Now, this is a case of only missing serial numbers. This is not the case of different serial numbers, which require alteration, Your Worship. Your worship, if, as per factor number 5, the number of cast ballot votes by number 5, these ballot papers, or the valid votes are cast at the polling station you are counting, they are matching with the declaration form, your worship. Because the declaration form which was used by the presiding officer, and as well as the, yes, by the presiding officer, and also signed by the agents who are present on that day, clearly show that the number of valid votes cast is the same number we have just counted before the sort of the court to worship. So if it takes you back to guideline number 4, the issue of these missing numbers cannot be evidence of tampering. Otherwise, we shall be going into speculation, your worship. And the court does not engage in speculation when you have judgments which are matched with your worship. Because a TR form under the Parliamentary Elections Act is a document which a presiding officer, upon adding figures, adding this and this, fills in.
So maybe on the missing serial numbers, I'm wondering if all those numbers we are missing, do the numbers there remain, or the ballot papers that were removed in that booklet remain 50? Just perturbing me because the missing serial numbers were very many. Does it mean those who were given ballot papers from that booklet, or the ballot papers issued from that booklet were less than 50? Is that the implication?
Your worship, actually we had somewhere some repeated serial numbers. Now mathematically when you have some numbers somewhere, because each booklet is supposed to have 50. Now if you have some repeated number, it would mean even another number if you were to maintain 50 sheets in each booklet. Now it means in another booklet some number would be missing. If you are to maintain 50 sheets each voting. So it means yes, they removed them and they ticked. So for instance, if I have 50 sheets and I repeat 1, 2, then I write 2 twice. Now it means somewhere I will have to have a number missing. If the number of sheets physically are equal, as is confirmed under factor number 5, your worship.
So let me ask, we counted the ballot papers that were cast and there were 450.
No, they were 440, your worship.
Sorry, 440.
Yes.
Now, I'm wondering if we tallied the number of those, or the number of the ballot papers removed from those stem, we call it a stem. When you sum up the ballot papers removed from the stems that we have, does it total? Does it give us the same total?
That one I have not done inside.
That was not done.
As an article, I cannot. Yes.
Because if it was matching, it would very well support your argument to say that, okay, here, if there were more than 50, then we compensated for where they were less. That is basically your submission.
That's my submission, Your Worship.
Yes. Okay, go on.
But me, I was relating these guidelines how they are moving.
Yes.
So, in my other guideline number, where they are citing those missing serial numbers, when you check the charge have, when you check other guideline number 4, it is requiring you to get a ballot paper. And then you come to this book then you say they should match. Now, if you get like serial number 600, it does not fall within 100, 450. But all the numbers we have here fall within 100, 450. So they are matching. So here is on a list of missing serial numbers, which is explained by repetition of some other serial numbers.
Yes. Because you see, it is still disturbing me that the total is 440. But we have missing serial numbers. How is that possible?
Because some are repeated, Your Worship.
Some are?
As you clearly pointed out, some are repeated. Like 34, 84. Now, when you repeat them, yet you maintain the physical number of papers, it means then some numbers have to be missing. So that is more of a printing error. It is not a question of tampering, unless you have credible evidence, because now we want to engage in speculation, which is not allowed this and we see, Your Worship.
Aren't you speculating when you say it was an
Yes.
error?
No.
Okay, go on.
So Your Worship will maintain there is no evidence of alteration, because alteration is changing, creating a serial number which does not fall out of the 100, 450. But always the ballot boxes, the serial numbers in the ballot papers fall within 100, 450.
Okay.
So, finally, Your Worship, I will only cite one case, which I believe is a guide to this court. Your Worship, people who handle election matters are not errors, not commit errors of omission. Right away, starting from printing, or even record keeping, or doing what we require to do, for example, recording a serial in election process, and even the Worship told you the parliamentary election is done. That is even, because this is not a petition, Worship, but that is even why we have the substantiality test. That is the whole rationale of election matters. So it is not that each and every omission or error is taken as alteration or tampering with an election matter. And Your Worship, Your Worship, for that proposition, we remind this honorable court the position of the Supreme Court in Presidential Petition number 1. Presidential Petition number 1 of 2001. That is Dr. Kiza Mesko versus where the Supreme Court, specifically the judgment of Dodge, CJ Azri was there. Caution that not each and every triviality in an election process. Not each and every triviality in an election process should upset an election. So, Your Worship, this honorable court has already made a finding that there are grounds warranting a vote recount. In my view, there are no serious, substantial alterations which have been cited to warrant abandoning this vote recount process, which the applicant has already put before this honorable court. Okay. So, Your Worship, we invite this honorable court to regard these as normal errors of record keeping and reporting. In the election process, which cannot stop a vote recount process. So, Your Worship.
Okay. Yes, David.
Madam President, Your Worship, my elder brother is able to submit that the form does not provide where to write to record seals. Your Worship, before you we had a returning officer. Not an ordinary returning officer, Your Worship. The one who has gone through the ranks, the river becoming the regional returning officer. The returning officer can be trusted by the Electoral Commission for Wasi Kampala, the capital city of Uganda, the most complicated area in this country. And she was not talking about something old. She was talking about an event of this month. An event that took place in this district, in the neighborhood of this court. She stated categorically that she the last person mandated to seal this box. And for sealing it, they recorded the serial numbers and we explained the record within the ballot box. And Your Worship, this court with me and my elder brother has found none. Just by your feet.
Repeat that statement.
Your Worship, basing on her statement that they filled the seals and once you open the box, and she the last person who sealed the box, and that the record was in the box of the seals. This court opened the box in our presence, and they found no record of seals. Worship, this leads to notions. One, that in the process of tampering, some of the documents are removed. Two, that possibly a different box was switched, which destroyed the entire old record. Worship, also important to note is the phobia of my own brothers, my own friends about recordings. They are very categorical in assaulting the character of Nachaland over what's recorded as an agent. not doubting her signature. They didn't doubt her integrity. And worship, this was a night of trial where she was never given a chance to explain herself. Worship, we brought her forward based on the testimony of our expert in this court, the returning officer, that seals can be recorded by phone or by writing. And she recorded using her phone. Your Worship, that's the only way of evidence that you can have for this court right now. And pray that she's given a chance. That record gives a persuasive report in addition to the testimony of the returning officer that she recorded serial numbers and put it in the box, which will not fail.
I hope you are aware of the means of having evidence admitted on court record, or the processes, procedure.
Yes.
How do you have evidence on court record, for example?
Your Worship, it's our humble prayer.
You just wake up during your submissions and you wish every...
Your Worship, the nature of this trial is not a conventional trial. It's a trial where we come up and we are meant to submit.
No
not
problem.
around the evidence.
My question is, because still, I'm very sure we are guided by the rules of evidence at the end of the day. How do you have that? That's why I was reluctant when he made the prayer, because I was wondering.
Worship the circumstances. I'm making a prayer that not only is put on the stand, instead in the video. Bring up the video and the prayer was made earlier, but now I'm making it more categorical.
To put Nakiranda.
Yes. It's time to bring that video because we can't keep killing her evidence midway all through. We can't keep killing evidence of this project, first responders all through.
Okay.
You actually pray in the circumstance you pray that this court respects.
Just for personal clarity.
Okay, you will do that off record. Let him first finish that. I'll give you chance. Off record.
Relating to whether we should reject that prayer or at what now or later?
After, let him first finish that.
You actually in the alternative. We invite this court to call and respect the record. Contain the recording in that phone for court to make up an opinion. And it's important for this court to be guided. We've been missing out on things through the mob justice kind of trial. But we believe that this time we don't lose out important things. And Your Worship, Section 7 of the Trade Transactions Act gives the mode of how the recording can be. It talks about the test of data. If the person who did it and can produce the source of recording it to court, Your Worship, it's a proper record that can be accepted by court. So it's a humble prayer that this record is good and good enough for the witnesses in court. Court, the way it cross-examine the returning officer, it can do the same to find out the truth.
Let me also ask, the so-called video, is it on a flash, is it on her phone?
It's still on her phone, Your Worship, so it's still the primary source. We have not changed the source. The flash disk could be a new source. But
So
through the
practically,
process.
how, for example, if you wanted court to admit that evidence, how will court admit it?
Your worship, court can look at the court itself.
And after?
After that,
if there's an appeal, what happens? They will
and then,
take me as the witness.
Your worship, court can take a report and then, if necessary, it orders that it's given in the story of mode. Since we are giving you the primary source, then court can order that it is recorded on the secondary source, and that secondary source will be kept by court.
Okay. Fine. That is all.
No, Your worship, I've not finished. That is about the points raised. But jumping in the serial numbers of the box was within range. And Your worship, it is not to be within range. You would jump numbers. Your worship, the testimony of the turning office was categorical. That the serial numbers are chronological. It's only when one is broken that the replacement, which has a different serial number, can put on record, can come on. And Your worship, under cross-examination by court, she stated that no seal was broken. Therefore, there is no explanation for the third divergent seal that does not follow the order of others.
Go on.
Your worship, the missing figures in the ballots are pointers. Either of manipulated report or the creation of the record. Worship, when the other was making testimony here, worship, she was categorical that before voting, they checked all the seals with agents, and the seals were moving chronological order. And Your worship, this was not a very complicated matter to be observed, especially by experts in election matters. They checked the ballots, and voting went on. It was concluded, and return of voting was made, but error of repeated numbers or missing numbers or lack of chronological order, it was not detected at all. So worship, where is coming from right now? I'm inviting this court to reject the knowledge of my learned friends that was a mistake of the printer, of the company that was given the job of printing ballot papers. Your worship, where it has been, we take judicial notice institutions, by the way, Your Worship, that printing of election materials is not done in Uganda. It is by hired experts who have very rich experience after going through thorough procurement processes, who are selected. Your Worship, this cannot be innocent errors which cannot be detected by a true commission. Your Worship. So these are not simple errors. Your Worship, what appears to be simple errors to my learned brothers would be errors of forgery that went bad.
Maybe you will help respond to the question that is disturbing my mind. I was wondering, you cited that booklet with many missing numbers or serial numbers. How many votes were removed from that booklet? Do you have an idea?
Yes, I don't have an idea. I don't have an idea. Your Worship, all that is clear before you, you are pointing us that this is a new record created.
Okay, maybe, if I may ask it the other way around. From all the ballot books, did you ascertain the number of ballot papers that were removed from those ballot books?
Your Worship, what we established as our team, that this was forgery upon bad. The record of the True Commission was categorical. Moving chronologically from 1 to 50, 51 to 100, 101, 250, 151, 200, 201, 250. There was no record of missing or repeated figures. But Your Worship, under this demanded inquest into the ballot box, we discovered scars. Scars of repeated figures. Scars of figures that we didn't know. Scars of ballot papers that were missing, repressed, and record appearing to be perfect. Yet when you try to find out deep, there are many errors which cannot be innocent, Your Worship.
Then, because I must deliver my ruling tonight. So just one.
Your Worship, as I conclude, my brother wanted this court to believe that these are simple mathematical errors, that actually, which can be explainable. But the contrary to the submission, that these are not innocent mathematical errors, because they are too obvious to be made.
He made that argument, especially on the 8 and 9 ballot books,
Yes.
papers, yes.
You see,
Because the accountability form had 8, and in the box there were 9. So he seemed to say,
Your Worship, my submission is that there could be mistakes in counting from 1 to 250, 450. But Your Worship, there can be a mistake of counting 9 booklets. Your Worship, this is forgery of a record gone bad. Your Worship, our duty was simple according to a guideline. Let's make an inquest into this box and make findings. Make it clear that apparently a new record was created, and there are so many pointers of a forgery gone bad that the initial record which the Commission had made, which they used, made on that day, has since changed. That we cannot, it is very unsafe not to rely on what is contained in this box. Having found these errors, before we go into actual verifications, a lot of shock may await you, Your Worship, of so many wrong things that have been made. So we are praying that now that this court has seen so many wrong things, it should not continue, and it should not continue into actual tiring. And you see, my young brothers were saying that, you see, the statements of returning officer, some of them are wrong. because she was the presiding officer. But I'm still reminding this court and them that this is the most experienced person who was actually supervising the presiding officer. The most experienced person who was supervising the returning office, the presiding office. And when it comes to evidential, when it comes to matters of evidence, she is more superior in giving an analogy and an account of what happened on that day than the presiding officer who was her agent in the institution. So we pray that my own brother will add on briefly, but we pray that you find that the report is materially tampered with.
I think you had, oh, in Rejoinder you had not yet submitted.
Yes, I want to summarize briefly. Your Honor. Number one, there was an attempt to take you to the definition of tampering. What I want to submit that the definition adopted by this court is descriptive. It is not denotative. And in all the guidelines we are giving, you were merely describing. Therefore, court cannot take a denotative meaning when the wisdom of court, the definition is descriptive. I thought I would put that on the book.
Okay.
Number two, Your Honor. When we agreed to a verification, it was for a purpose. And once the verification revealed irregularities, revealed inconsistencies, revealed mismatches, that in itself was enough to satisfy the requirements you had put in place. That in itself was enough.
Mismatches between?
In the numbers. For example, Your Honor, how does the Electoral Commission record ballot books as 8 and in the box there is 9? How do you explain that? Even if you go mathematically. So one of the two is not right. Either this document that has 8 is a false document, or one of these ballot papers in the ballot box is false. Those can only be the only conclusion. Otherwise, Your Honor, as we indicated, the document has 8. Your Honor, we've been able to demonstrate that there are missing ballot papers. There are missing ballot papers. Whereas number 8, Your Honor, appears in the book, it is not anywhere among the ballot papers.
Did it appear in the book?
Yes, it did. But it is not in the ballot in the ballot papers. We did indicate, Your Honor, that number 73 appears in the book. It is
You're
not
saying number 8 appeared in the book.
The book.
But not appear, there was no ballot paper for it.
Exactly. I know, Your Honor, that only goes to show that people who wanted to create a balance in these ballot boxes were actually removing those ballot boxes away from those ballot papers away from the ballot boxes, because they cannot be accounted for. Where is number 8? Where is number 73? They cannot be accounted for.
So the missing serial numbers were, you talked of 8?
Sorry?
You mentioned 8.
We gave an example that serial number 8 appears in the book.
But there is no ballot paper.
There is no ballot paper for it. 73 appears in the book. There is no ballot paper for it. That cannot be, Your Honor, that cannot be a simple irregularity.